Okay, it's preparing. Everything's put in. It's just compiling the feed. It'll be live in one moment.
Okay.
And we're live.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Mr. Phillips, did you have a point?
Just a quick note that Mr. Buff, I'm in attendance, but Mr. Buffman will be voting for you today.
That was a little garbled, but I heard that you're here and Mr. Buckman will be voting for you. Is that? Yes. Okay. Madam Secretary, did you make a note of that?
Yes, and I'm trying to find you on this list to promote you. I found you. Okay.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and we can call the roll.
Who else did you want as co-admin?
Mr. Harris, Tyler Harris.
Okay. We can start whenever you're ready.
All right. Secretary will call the roll.
Okay. Let me go over to this other screen. Just. Oh, I thought it was ready. Okay, here we go. Just scroll up here one moment. Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Here.
Mr. Molman. I will
Double
come
muted.
back.
I am still here. Sorry.
Thank you.
I was double muted.
Mr. Hagan.
Here.
Mr. Hagan.
Here.
I am here. Ms. Epke.
Here.
Mr. Longstrath.
Present.
Mr. Raudsep.
Present.
Ms. Sarwark.
Here.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. I will come back to him. Ms. Bilyeu.
Here.
Mr. Coburn.
Here.
Mr. Hewitt.
He'll be joining us later.
Okay, so presently absent. Ms. Hogarth.
Here.
Mr. Nana.
Here.
Mr. Nikela.
Here.
Mr. Phillips.
Here, sorry about that.
That's okay. Mr. Wen.
Here.
Ms. Adams.
Here.
Mr. Bowen.
Here.
Mr. Buffman.
I am present.
Mr. Ferreira.
Present.
Mr. Hall.
Present.
Mr. Lucchini.
Here.
Mr. Sexton.
Present.
Mr. Valenti.
Present.
Mr. Smith. Okay, and let me just grab staff. I saw Mr. Harris, Ms. DeSisto, Mr. Pizzell, and who else am I missing from staff?
There is also Mr. Kraus, Ms. McCutcheon, and Ms. Schultz.
And Mr. Smith just showed up. So I will mark him present. So, Mr. Chair, the only person absent right now is Mr. Hewitt. So Mr. Ferreira will be voting for him, and Mr. Phillips indicated that Mr. Buffman will be voting for him, though he is present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The next item on the order of business is the adoption of the agenda. I distributed a draft agenda and welcome amendments or a motion to adopt it.
So moved.
I have some amendments. I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand.
Yes, my call. I do actually have an amendment.
All right, Ms. Harless, just go ahead.
Okay, I have several, and I don't know if you want me to do them all at once.
It's your call.
Okay. First, first items would be to strike the secretary's report and the update of conflicts of interest. I wasn't prepared to do those as this is not a regular quarterly meeting, and those aren't normally agenda items on a special set meeting.
Is there any objection to striking those two items? Without objection.
My next item would be between the platform committee and bylaws, then between bylaws and credentials, and after credentials, to add 5-minute breaks between them because I have the OPA vote ballots set up. I think generally people would like to know more quickly who the winners were. So I would, if we could, vote during this meeting.
Ms. Harless moves to add between items L and M and between items M and N, under item 10, sorry, 10L and 10M, and between 10M and 10N, 5-minute breaks.
And after credentials.
And after item 10N, a 5-minute break. Is there objection? Without objection.
And one last item, under new business without previous notice, 5 minutes or less, it'll probably be less, to do another quick update on the efforts I've been doing with the unofficial COVID committee.
Ms. Harless moves to add 5 minutes for COVID under new business without previous notice. Is there objection?
Objection on point of order. It's a special meeting. It must be noticed.
There is objection, so we'll proceed to a vote using the hands of whether to add this item. So using the the yes/no function, which for me, I don't have because I'm a host right now.
Mr. Chair, could you make a ruling first? Or is that your ruling that we're going to have a vote? Sorry. Since a point of order was raised.
It was made to add the item to the agenda. There is objection. And the next order of business would be that the committee decide whether we're going to add this to the agenda or not.
Point of information, what was the amount of time that was requested?
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So if you could go ahead and vote, green yes to add this to the agenda and red no to not.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harless?
I used to have those symbols as a co-host, but I no longer do. So I'm going to have to verbally give you my votes. I apologize.
I'm guessing you're voting yes.
Yes, on this one, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not seeing a way to vote on my end, so I don't know if I'm
point of personal
set up
privilege. I don't have them
incorrectly.
either.
It's in the participants menu is where you'll see the options to vote yes and no.
Yeah, they're not there.
Or
On
or
mine,
you might
Oh,
you
it's
might have
under
to go to more. Yeah.
More.
There's also a tab at the bottom that says reactions.
I think the real issue is it's different for every different device.
They're not here.
Did anybody have trouble? Has anybody still not been able to find how to vote? It's very odd on my end. I'm seeing like votes coming in and going out. So we might have to do this.
Mr. Chair, for the reactions, those of us that have it in the reactions tab, it goes away after a few seconds. So perhaps we should do it by hand raise instead.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so let's do it by hand raise. All those in favor of adding this to the agenda, please raise your hand. One, two, three, four, five, and then plus Ms. Harless at 6. All right, go ahead, lower your hands. Or I'll lower them for you. All right. All those opposed to adding this to the agenda, please raise your hands.
Mr.
One,
Chair.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. Not him. He's a regional. All right. 6.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Um,
Who's trying to be recognized?
Mr. Buffman here. I do not have the hand raise option, but I would be raising hand and no.
Okay.
And
I don't know.
Eric Rout's up here. I can't find the hand raise either, and I would vote yes.
Okay. I'm going to say that there is enough to add it to the agenda. So we will add that under new business for 5 minutes. Ms. Harless, did you have further amendments to the
No,
agenda?
sir.
Did you have further amendments to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Nana, I think you were trying to be recognized on amendments to the agenda.
Yeah, so all I want to do is move all of the action items above discussion so that we do anything that's an action item before we do a discussion item, so that we prioritize that first in the meeting. That's all I am requesting, if the body is amenable.
If I could address this, the way that the reason it's been ordered the way it is, generally that is the case, that our action items are up first. The committee appointments are last because in our past practice, we've had to kind of do it and then vote overnight. And so that's why those were left to the last thing. There is a discussion item as A and B because those are, I'm sorry, there is a discussion item as A because that one may be an executive session. And so what I was thinking we would do is rather than go into executive session for the council's report, come out for something else, and then go back in, we just do it all in one executive session without having to go in and out.
I would still make the request because I don't know how much after 9:30 I'm going to be available, and I would like to be here for all of the action items.
Okay. Well, we'll have to perfect your motion of what precisely you want to move up.
Just literally anything that says it's an action item, I would like to be prioritized above discussion. So anything, and you can, if you want to, we can compromise, and if you want to do what you said, and then I'm just specifically talking about the bottom portion where it'll say like discussion item, action item, discussion item. You know what I'm saying?
So L, M, and N, moving that above H. Is that what your motion is?
That sounds right without looking at the paper. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nana moves to move up items L, M, and N to be before item H. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harlos. Is there objection? Without objection. Are there further amendments to the agenda? Chair will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Nana. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I didn't catch who that was.
Mr. Wendt.
Mr. Wendt, is there objection? Without objection, the agenda is adopted as amended. Thank you. We are at 3:27. And the next item of business is the chair's report. I've submitted a written report. I do apologize for having submitted it yesterday. It's been a hectic week getting all the materials in for it. And am happy to take any questions or comments on it. Seeing none, we'll be done there. And the next item is the Mr. Coburn.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to
Go ahead.
locate the raise hand. I don't know if this is perhaps better addressed in the section that talks about it, but I figured I would ask them to mention it in your report about the unified membership plan. I'm a little bit confused about the language that talks about either national or state being able to give the money back to the other one. Is that intended so that you could either sign up on the national platform or on the state's platform, or that the state affiliate will choose which one they would prefer?
The former is my intent. So for instance, if you go to the Colorado Libertarian Party website, and I think the Indiana Party website and maybe some others, there's an option for you to sign up for unified membership from the state affiliate that they've done on their own initiative. And so it'd be something similar to that.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. We'll end that item. And the next item will be Vice Chair's report, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for not submitting a written report. It's been a hectic couple of weeks. In the past couple of weeks, I have visited the LP Tennessee convention, which I saw the chair at as well. And of course, this weekend we had Kentucky's convention. Both went great. I managed to escape Kentucky without gaining any titles, so that's always a bonus. There are more conventions obviously upcoming, and I hope to get to more of those through the season. The CRM project continues to move forward. Thank you all for supporting the addition of David Aiken to staff. That has helped out tremendously. We are catching up on backlogs on that front. The much asked about Joe campaign data is basically ready, and we are working to get that imported. I expect that to be, based on the timeline I understand and what I see, about 2 weeks out. And I'm hoping that that holds. You know, there's always a possibility that we'll hit a bump, but we are working, and that is a priority to get that data imported. The last thing then is the idea for the web app that I have. That's on the agenda, and we'll talk about that later. But that's pretty much what I have going on in the vice chair's world. And obviously, I also, Mississippi had their convention, and I attended that. It was a virtual convention. I forgot about that. I apologize to my friends in Mississippi. I like what we're seeing in the party. Lots of good action. Neighbors around me, Indiana, spinning up county parties like crazy, doing a great job over there. Ohio doing a working focus on it. Kentucky focused on it. Multiple states I see focused on growing county parties, and that makes me very, very happy. And I want to thank each and every person who has stepped up to lead, to organize locally. I do think that that is going to be a critical component in the long-term success of our party. So with that, I conclude my report. And if you have any questions, I can take them now, or we can move on. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Mullen? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Mullen. Next item is Treasurer's report from Mr. Hagan. Mr. Hagan.
We are debt free. That's my report.
Yay.
All right. Mr. Hagan. Any questions for Mr. Hagan? Seeing none, that'll conclude that report. And we've deleted the secretary's report. So the next item will be staff reports. Mr. Harris, 30 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though it leaves me in the unenviable position of following Mr. Hagan's brief and exciting treasurer's report, I will try to be brief myself. We've, of course, submitted more extensive written report from staff covering more detail in these items over the past quarter. I do want to touch on a few things to highlight some of the good work that our staff is doing. We entered the year with some pretty significant organizational changes in front of us. We've adopted a more straightforward department-based structure with more clear ownership over our functional areas. That facilitated a reorganization of a lot of our workflows to accommodate that as well. So I mentioned, I believe, in the last quarterly meeting that we would be reevaluating our daily stand-ups. We have done that. We're preserving our stand-up tradition in HQ, but we have scaled back the number of them to allow for more departmental level and team level meetings. In addition to that, we've instituted our staff leadership team meetings weekly to help coordinate across those functional areas, across top level members of staff, so that it becomes a place where our political team, our candidate team, our development team, our operations team can coordinate on projects and items that, of course, touch all of them. As we've experienced throughout the wider party, so too has staff experienced a tremendous amount of excitement and growth these past several months. Our membership numbers, our bylaw sustaining member numbers, have hit an important benchmark. January and February represented our two highest total membership number months since mid-2005. It's very typical, looking at historic trends, that coming off of a presidential election cycle, we would expect to see a decrease in membership. February was slightly lower than January, but I am fairly confident that what we're seeing is very encouraging growth compared to comparable periods across other four-year cycles. Our stewardship team is working to ensure that as we're bringing all of those new members on, that we're connecting them up with their state and local affiliates, that we're engaging with them, and that we're providing them interaction with the party so that our new members are having more positive member experiences out of the gate and are being brought in and connected with the resources that we're looking for. Our pledge membership is an area of particular growth. And this is really exciting to me because, of course, our monthly pledgers are an important part of supporting and sustaining the work that our staff performs. Our number of monthly pledge members over the last quarter increased by 22%. And compared to February of last year, February end of this year, saw 80% more monthly pledgers active than that 12 months prior. So a tremendous increase in our monthly pledge program, which I think is tremendously valuable. Of course, along with those organizational changes, the chair and I have been working very closely with EPCC on the search for the posting and the search for a comms director and an activism coordinator. I thank the several of you who volunteered to participate as screeners in rounds of that calling. The chair and I conducted just last week our final interviews, and that process is drawing near to completion. We've also expanded our CRM team with the addition of David Atkin of Colorado. David, for those of you who don't know him, is a very experienced database manager. He's got a tremendous skill set. He's a great asset, and we are very, very lucky to have him on that team. He's focusing primarily on onboarding and working through support tickets, state onboarding, and some training responsibilities as well to help give our CRM team that capacity to help better service our states that are using the CRM and those who are desirous of using the CRM. Finally, we've engaged in looking at a concierge HR service so that we can continue to professionalize our institutions to better serve our professional staff. The first step of that going into Q2 is going to be a review of our current policies and practices to identify any gaps and to help us modernize and close anything that needs to be addressed. Following that, it's also going to be something that's going to give us access to rather extensive training modules in various HR areas, as well as, and I'm really excited about this, a very modern set of performance management assets so that we can begin engaging staff in a true professional performance management system. Reporting, again, as an overview in certain specific areas, as publications is concerned, we entered Q1 with our monthly Liberty Pledge newsletter running about consistently 2 months behind schedule getting to printer. For a monthly publication, 2 weeks behind is a significant delay. The hard work of our membership associate, Michelle McCutcheon, and our publications editor, Gideon Oakes, saw that in January, we closed that gap to 1 week, or in February edition, we closed that to 1 week, and we're projected on March to have eliminated that delay and gotten that publication back on track. Of course, LP News has just gone to the printer. It was about 1 week behind schedule for Q1, but the addition
And that was my fault. Just so everybody knows. So.
No need to fall on that sword, because I was going to say the addition of that extra week saw a tremendous amount of content added, and I'm really proud of the addition and publication that we put forward. So, you know, not always a decision that we like to make, but for a small delay, it brought a very big reward in terms of a very content-rich edition of LP News that will be hitting doors shortly. In the operations area, you know, one of the hazards of these meetings being early in the month is we don't have end of month finals for February yet. But I can report that as of end of month January, our cash reserve was almost double the target set by the LNC. That's after going into the start of the year in a much tighter cash position. So that represents a substantial improvement. Major credit there is due both to Robert Kraus and our operations team for engaging in cost cutting early in that month, as well as to our development team for having a fantastic fundraising month in January. So working both sides of the P&L, so to speak, to close that gap and see substantial financial progress in January. Our membership levels, as I mentioned earlier, have grown remarkably, both in terms of total bylaw sustaining members and monthly pledgers. And of course, burying the lead here, Tim's much more concise report already highlighted it. No long-term liabilities on the balance sheet anymore, due to the payoff of the LPHQ mortgage. A huge thanks to all of those within earshot who have contributed to our building fund over the last several years towards the goal of paying that down. The building fund, of course, will continue to support the maintenance, upkeep, renovation, repair of our HQ facility, but a major accomplishment of that fund in seeing our final mortgage payment out the door. On the fundraising front, development has been working on major proposals. The details of some of them are in the written report, but two that I want to highlight. There's a $60,000 proposal outstanding for support of the Association of Libertarian Educators, or ALE, project, as well as a $175,000 proposal that would support the purchase and utilization of a large set of a major data set. Development has had its hands full this past quarter, and I want to shout out our development team for being very hardworking. The year started with development bringing membership into the department, so a major organizational restructure that development had to integrate into its workflows. That has happened seamlessly and with gusto from all involved, both on the membership side, our membership associate, Michelle McCutcheon, and our development team, working with Michelle and bringing her into that team and integrating those membership processes into their regular workflows. They've done a superb job. Against the backdrop of that substantial change, development has also continued to work to build out our major gifts program, including the large asks that I mentioned a moment ago, and several others as well at various stages in the pipeline. The appeals process has continued to run smoothly. January and February both saw significant activity in the appeals department. Our top performing appeals over the last quarter were our January capital response and our candidate training regional candidate support regional campaign training appeal that both brought in significant amounts in January and February, respectively. Our development team has pieced together a revamp of our stewardship programs, dividing our members out into various tranches to be serviced by the stewardship associate, our membership associate, myself in some instances, and the chair in certain instances. Also, I know several members of the LNC have been engaged on the membership side to help with membership and renewal calling. And I thank you all on behalf of staff and behalf of our members for those of you who have participated in that. Our monthly pledges I mentioned earlier, but I want to mention it again because I think it's very impressive and an important trend. In February of 2020, a year ago, we had 1,400 active monthly pledge members. End of month February, just a week ago, that number had grown to 2,516 active monthly pledge members. The pledge program itself has not received as much attention in Q1 as some of the other areas because of some of the big changes that I've mentioned in development. That will be changing as a Q2 priority. It will be close to top of the list. And we'll be working to build out a robust stewardship program pertaining to pledge members. So that we can continue to engage those folks and reward monthly giving to the LP and that important avenue of support. Upcoming events, there's special time allotted for discussion of the 50th, so I won't go into too terribly much detail here. At the Lifetime of Liberty celebration is also coming up in coordination with Freedom Fest in July. You can find all of those details in the written report as well. On the affiliate support side, our CRM team is continuing to work state migrations. Mr. Atkin, as I mentioned, has come on board and is splitting his time approximately 40% to level 1 support, 40% to assist with migration and onboarding, and 20% to facilitating training, working with our state affiliates. Florida and Indiana have seen completed migrations, with many other states in the pipeline, including Maine, Louisiana, Illinois. I'll refer you for details to the full written staff report. Other priorities, there has been significant work towards the utilization of the custom importer to import larger quantities of data into the CRM. This is an important piece, and major credit goes here to the hard work of Ken Melman. This is a major important thing in not only updating our national member data in the CRM, but also incorporating the campaign data that's coming into our possession into the CRM as well. And Ken has done remarkable work in that area, as has Andy. Moving to candidate support, there are two major areas that I'd like to focus on. The first being our regional trainings. Ms. Schultz has put together a complete comprehensive regional training plan that is included in the written report. I won't touch on every element of it here. What I will do is thank all of our regions for their tremendous fundraising efforts towards this project. It has received support not only from many folks throughout all 8 regions, but also from a major donor. So I'm pleased to say that we're expecting all 8 trainings will be fully funded so that we'll be able to conduct trainings across all 8 regions. You can find specific breakdowns of the small dollar contributions that we've received from every region in the written report. And I thank the regions that have worked towards contributing to that and who continue to fundraise for it so that we can continue to have surplus funds that can be applied towards venue and other areas to help build those out in a robust way. The regional training plan itself centers around combining both a campaign and affiliate support training to happen simultaneously with some modules that overlap where appropriate and other modules that are specified and would be done in separate breakouts. The specific training plan, again, is in the written report, and you can see that breakdown there. The other major candidate support item, the other major project in our candidate support area is, of course, our Libertarian Frontier project. That has seen a great deal of activity and has taken on many different aspects. Of course, a major accomplishment at the end of last year of that project was the election of Marshall Burt to the Wyoming State Legislature, the first Libertarian to be elected to a state legislature in a generation. We have brought on board for the Wyoming legislative session experienced lobbyist Christine Stingquist to help advance the Libertarian legislative agenda that we are putting forward there. Many of the bills that she's there supporting, she's been able to help us garner tripartisan support for a Libertarian legislative agenda there in Wyoming. And those efforts continue as the legislative session continues, of course, but very encouraging and very good to see there as well. The Frontier Project is already looking towards 2022. I, like some of you, am planning to making my preparations to be in Cheyenne, Wyoming by this time next week so that we can meet there for the Frontier Summit, where we'll be planning a great many of those operations and charting a course there. But that planning has already been in place, the process of identifying the various opportunities that may be available in other states as well as in Wyoming, and tracking resources to plan out what we can accomplish for 2022. There's been extensive work done to secure major amounts of funding for the project. That will obviously be critical for its expansion. Next phases as we look into Q2 are going to involve working with municipal candidates, pairing them with trained managers and staff so that we can start to train up our team that's going to be very, very critical the following year, and beginning the candidate recruiting and pre-canvassing work that's necessary to build a good 2020 roster within that program. Finally, I just want to say, and I don't know that I can appropriately and fully articulate this, how energized and excited staff is to be tackling what is a very big, a very ambitious agenda for this year. We're very, very passionate about these projects. We've got a fantastic team at LPHQ, and we could not be more energized and excited to help capture and continue to capture and see the growth of the Libertarian Party that we're seeing in terms of membership growth, in terms of electoral success, in terms of candidate recruitment. We're very eager to move forward, and thank everybody who is listening to this, who has and will continue to support the work of the Libertarian Party in those capacities. I'll let the rest, written report speak for the rest, and I can take any questions with whatever time may be remaining.
Questions for Mr. Harris or any of the staff? Mr. Routsep.
Yes, Mr. Harris, this is kind of just an addition onto your report, not so much a comment or question. Part of your report was the LP store. And actually, I wanted to say thank you for attending that meeting. They were operating under the incorrect assumption that we wanted to maintain that relationship. So they were actually building that around that. But because of the meeting that we had, that has actually spurred on a completely new conversation. And we're now looking at print on demand services also for our literature. Which would take out our current, or potentially take out our current vendor there. By doing that, it gives us also the possibility in the future of cross-branding with the states and with candidates. So this would make our literature much more viable to multiple levels of the Libertarian Party by cross-branding. So thank you for your participation in that. It was invaluable, and it has spurred on a whole new development aspect of the potentiality of the LP store.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Routsep. That's encouraging and heartening to hear. In parallel, we have continued to negotiate with our current vendor and have met with them for a postmortem on many of the issues that we experienced last year during the presidential election cycle. It has spurred action in that direction as well, as they have jettisoned the promo company that was the cause of many delays and many problems and much of the inflexibility. They have pushed into print on demand as well with the new promo relationship that they've forged. So we have a lot of interesting and good opportunities, I think, as we move into Q2 to explore substantial improvement to LP Store. Of course, also in conjunction with a director of communications who will also be involved with our brand and the store as well. So it will get more staff time, and it looks like we're seeing more energy on both of those fronts with both our current and potential vendor to try to affect the improvements that we're looking for. So that's been a very encouraging process, and I look forward to seeing what that brings in the second quarter.
I have Mr. Molman and then Mr. Coburn. Mr. Molman.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks to Tyler and the staff. And I thank you for the kudos to me, but honestly, Andy is doing yeoman's work over there. And, you know, we could not do what we do without staff. And I just want to make sure people understand. I'm sure most or all the LNC members do, but I don't know that our members understand how valuable staff is to getting this done. We put out proclamations and directives, but the staff's the one that gets it done. And so I really want to thank, Tyler and the rest of the staff for pushing us forward as a party. Joe, thank you for leading them, because that's how we're structured, and things seem to be going pretty good. So I'm satisfied. I'm happy with the way things are going. Again, just thank you guys and gals for doing all the things that you do for the party.
Mr. Harris, that wasn't really a question, but you can respond if you want.
Thank you, Ken. I really appreciate you taking the opportunity to show appreciation for staff. They deserve absolutely every ounce of it. We've got the most incredible team that I have ever worked with, and our staff does absolutely incredible work. So I really appreciate you highlighting it.
Thank you. Mr. Coburn and then Mr. Ferrera. Mr. Coburn, excuse me.
Thank you. I'm curious, as we have been evaluating the performance and efficiency of different programs we have, do we have any data on our newsletters, either recent or in the past maybe 5 years or something, just in terms of how much members engage with it and really enjoy or don't the various newsletters that we send out?
So the short answer to that is that it's been notoriously difficult for us to track historically the performance of our print media in terms of driving member engagement. We actually are, and credit is deserved by our publications editor, Gideon Oakes, for driving this process. But we are taking steps now to set up URL tracking so that we can start to track engagement through the URLs that are specifically mentioned in LP News, as opposed to organic traffic or things hitting those links, naturally. Because of the wide spread of time that sometimes we experience with LP News hitting doors, somebody might get their LP News 2 weeks before somebody else does, just because the nature of the U.S. Postal Service and the delivery methods. Because of that, it's difficult for us to attribute activity unless we've taken specific steps to do that. And that's not something that has historically happened, but it's something that actually, as we look at our Q2 edition of LP News, we hope to have in place by then, which will, of course, not give us a historical perspective, but it will set it'll set us up in the future where we'll start building that historical record. We'll start accumulating some data, and we can start moving in a more quantified direction of tracking that engagement. But the short answer is that historically, no, we don't. But it's something that we're definitely moving forward with.
Okay, I have Mr. Ferreira and then Mr. Wendt. Mr. Ferreira.
Mr. Harris, both the chair and yourself mentioned the affiliate in a box contest. I've pasted a link in the chat. Can you confirm that that's the link that someone could click in order to donate to the affiliate support committee?
I shall confirm it by clicking on it. And it is in fact the link by which one would donate to support the affiliate support committee. And I would certainly encourage folks to do so. I've been very pleased with the level of activity and engagement of the affiliate support committee. And of course, we're happy as staff to support those efforts in every way you need. But yes, that is the correct link, and folks should click it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Wendt.
Yes, this is in relation to the communications director and activism coordinator. I've been getting some feedback from the people that I interviewed, and I was just wondering if there was an official update for those that didn't make it further in the process.
We are in the final stages of that process now, and part of that will be us reaching out and notifying. The chair and I are working closely on that, and that will be imminent.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Anything else? Mr. Harris, you have 2 minutes left if you want to use it for anything.
Well, I'm going to use it to just once again thank staff for their incredible hard work. It really is an amazing team that impacts so much, so positively in our shared goal of seeing a world set free in our lifetime. I'd encourage everybody, if you appreciate what staff does, lp.org/donate is always available. It directly supports their work. There's a comment box there. Let staff know that you appreciate them. Staff reads every single one of those comments. So if you make a donation and you thank staff in your donation, you're going to put a big smile on somebody's face by doing so. And that'll close out my time.
Mr. Phillips wants the last word, so we'll let him do that.
Sorry, it took me a while to find my raise hand button earlier. I just wanted to echo everybody and say thank you to Tyler and staff for the excellent work they're doing. And then I missed who that was spoke last about notifying the candidate for this position. That would be great to be done sooner rather than later, just because it's been an ongoing problem, not obviously from previous administration, so not wanting to give anybody any grief on that, but just saying that it's been an ongoing problem that we probably need to work on correcting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes that agenda item. The next item is committee reports. And we have two. First one is affiliate support. Ms. Sarwark, 5 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. I know that this is not a meeting where you were expecting to hear from me, but I am so proud of the affiliate support committee that I did not want to waste any time not recognizing the hard work that they are doing. David Demarest from Nebraska, Pat Ford from Rhode Island, and LNC members, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Molman, Mr. Valente, Mr. Witt. First quarter isn't even over, and we have raised $6,700 of our $15,000 goal, and that's 45%. So I'm like over the moon excited about this. Also to note, I don't believe that any of the LNC members on the committee have missed a single meeting, which is also super duper crazy. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, and thank you to every LNC member that has shared our donation link. Mr. Ferrer just shared it, and who's even donated. We launched our Affiliate in the Box contest on February 1st. We have not had any submissions yet, but we've got quite a good deal of questions to our generic mailbox, which is affiliatecontest@lp.org. That's $1,000 for your affiliate. So if you are a regional rep, an alternate, state chair listening, please share that because there's $1,000 up for grabs for that. And then the rest of the $15,000 is going to be scholarshiped into brand new affiliates. And I think once we get the contest over, we'll be able to raise the rest of that $15,000, no problem, because it's going to go to a good cause. I have a couple notes here. I just also wanted to say a couple other things. After this contest wraps up, we have a couple of other things going on, and Pat Ford will be using his talents and LPTV to highlight some affiliates, and he is speaking with Evan McMahon tomorrow, and I believe he's going to feature different affiliates each week on Mondays at 9 p.m. Eastern. And thank you to Ms. DeSisto for the constant guidance and direction as we get through our fundraising goal. And I'll take any questions, or otherwise I'll give my time back.
I have a question. So it's early March, we're about a sixth of the way through the year. How much of your annual full year fundraising goal have you raised already for the committee?
We are at over $6,700, 45%. $788 would get us to 50%.
Other questions for Ms. Sarwark or the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Sarwark.
Thank you very much.
Next item is a report from the Policies and Procedures Committee. Ms. Harlos, 5 minutes.
Okay, yep, one moment. I want to share my screen if it's possible. Let me see here. Share. And window. Here we go. Let me know if you guys see in 1 second an Omni outliner screen where it just says party records so far.
Yep.
All right, so just wanted to give an update on what the Policies and Procedures Committee is doing. One of the big projects that I had always felt we needed to do was to have a better records archive structure so that records weren't being passed sporadically from secretary to secretary and being on personal computers and subject to all those kinds of losses. So we are determining a file structure to be housed on the main on our Google Drive. I've been using Omni Outliner to work out a structure, and Francis Went has been very critical in giving feedback on these structures. So it would at this point look something like this under main party records. We have separate folders for how things will be filed. And I also developed a guide, a manual on what goes where duplicates go, how to use aliases and items such as that. So this is what we're working on now. And as you can see on the outliner, you can drill down. The secretary or their designee would be responsible for putting things in the proper places. But when you guys had reports to send to me, rather than emailing them, you'd stick them up in the uploads folder, and myself or my designee would get them out of there and put them where they need to go. So with the manual and the structure, there'll be consistency from term to term, and there won't be a lot of what happened when I first started my term as secretary. It was really quite chaotic, and I still don't believe I have all of the records, and we really can't have that. So that's one major project we're working on. And also a separate team within the Policy and Procedures Committee is going through the policy manual with a fine-tooth comb to come up with any improvements, if there's any redundancy. So if anyone had something like that on the brain that you've been meaning to look at, if you could let us know. Tim Hagan, I believe, is the one who's taking charge of that. So if you could let Tim know, and he could let the rest of his little team know on things. So our goal is to have both the policy manual recommendations and institution of this new filing structure in place by the next in-person meeting. And that's all I got.
Questions for Ms. Harlos? Not seeing any. We'll leave it there. Thank you, Ms. Harlos. Next item on the agenda is council's report. And I have just emailed, and Mr. Harris has just emailed, and a link to the room that we'll use for executive session that was emailed to the internal list. We both emailed at the same time. It's the same link, so either one works. And we will see you there for Mr. Hall, and then the very next item, which relates to purchase and utilization of data. So we'll see you there, and we'll be back in this room in hopefully not too long.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Mr. Hagan.
do we need a motion to go into executive session?
You're absolutely right. I do apologize. So Chair will entertain a motion to move into executive session to hear the council's report for reasons of pending or potential litigation. And then the item on purchase and utilization of data for reasons of contractual negotiation and political strategy requiring confidentiality.
So moved.
Mr. Hagan
Second.
moves. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Nikela. Is there objection? Without objection, we will move into executive session. See you all there. We have risen from executive session. The chair will entertain a motion for a 15-minute recess.
I will make that motion.
Moved by Mr. Roudsepp. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ferrera. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we are recessed for 15 minutes until 5:11 Eastern. 1-minute warning. We are back. The next item of business is discussion of the 50th anniversary planning and goals. And I know Ms. DeSisto has a presentation. I know the development committee helped formulate this. At the outset, I want to say this. We went through a lot of different possibilities for a good way to celebrate and honor our 50th anniversary. And the current direction of thinking, which is what you're going to hear a presentation on, is a celebration. No trainings, no politics, no votes on stuff. Just all of us getting together for a day and celebrating the achievements of the party. 2 days, achievements of the party in Colorado, the state of our birth. So, Ms. DeSisto and the committee will go into a little bit of detail on that. Nothing's been signed, nothing's been finalized. If the LNC likes what you hear, we can head in that direction. If you don't like what we hear, we can go back to the drawing board. But ultimately, I wanted to make clear at the outset, that's where things are. So what you hear is not set in stone. But if you like it, it can be. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. DeSisto to walk us through what she's cooked up.
I muted, sorry, just needed to unmute. So presentation not so robust. We've had a lot of deliberation. The chair of the fundraising committee, Susan Hogarth, and I have had numerous discussions about how the proposal that was submitted to us from the venue of our liking. Becca Congdon, who is one of the development staff, and myself went out to Golden, Colorado to tour a number of facilities, one of them being the Mission, one of them being the First Bank Pavilion, one of them being Infinity Park, Cielo Pines, and ultimately, what we after touring, after seeing the dates that were available for the options that we looked at, and we had done scouring beforehand and eliminated based on capacity issues elsewhere, we determined that the most versatile venue, the venue that we found was most appropriate for what development wanted to do with this event, which was have a real celebration, have a real coming together, not for a seminar or some kind of political conference, but really a celebration of 50 years of this party. We determined that the best place we could find was called the Lake House at Cherry Creek. And am I able to share my screen? If I can, oh.
I can make you a co-host.
You got it.
I got it. Okay. Lake House. So this is the venue that we are looking at the moment. It has a capacity of 800 outside of COVID. Colorado currently mandates that they go down to 50% of that. However, we're watching COVID precautionary mandates everywhere right now, and that may decline in Colorado, and some of you that live in Colorado can maybe speak to that a little bit better. But we are looking to put a stage on the sand. We have a band that is interested in performing for us. There are 2 tiers here, down on the beach level where we'll have general admission, and then the second level, which would be the exhibit hall and also the VIP suite. We are looking at a dinner on this Saturday evening, and it being a full out celebration with access to the boats. There is also axe throwing on site, and a shooting range, which is very libertarian. At a celebration, I'm very excited that they were able to offer us that option. I have presented the fundraising committee with the current proposal, which estimates about $50,000 endeavor for this celebration over the weekend of August 27th and 28th. We are still in negotiations with the venue for what they can do for us, but we were able to whittle down quite a bit. We asked them for everything that they could do for us because we want this to be a really robust celebration. Celebrations are critical to having a strong tribe around politics, and really in any organization, celebrations are what bond people. And so this kind of a celebration, especially as we're coming out of a massive pandemic where people have been isolated from each other, this we saw to be the best venue. I have been engaging with the Secretary, Karen Ann Harlos, about the involvement of the Historical Preservation Committee and what they can do. I know Mr. Lucchini has also been navigating between the fundraising committee and the Historical Preservation Committee as stuff comes together, and he can maybe speak more towards where that's headed. But this is my suggestion. I think it would be a fantastic evening. It's the only beachfront property in Denver, in the Denver area. So it's very, very exciting. And the hosts are eager to have us. Whereas a lot of other venues were like, well, I have this one date, but these people are kind of waiting on it. And I am hopeful that, you know, we can get it for you, but we might not be able to give you everything you want. This venue really gave us everything we want at a reasonable price for an entire weekend's worth of events. So I'm open to your questions. I don't know, Susan, do you want to speak to this at all?
Ms. Hogarth?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have anything much to add. I really appreciate all the work Tara's done on this. I mean, I'm happy to answer questions as well, but I think Tara would be the best source for that.
You want to talk about some of the discussions in the development committee and ideas that were kind of forwarded and well, what you guys kind of think of it?
I'd rather do that in the sense of taking questions. I mean, there were a lot of free-flowing ideas about, you know, things we could do to fundraise. the main thing is that there's a very short planning horizon around this event. And so, you know, we really need to jump on it as quickly as possible at this point. But, you know, Chris actually was a big help in setting up, you know, pricing structures. Actually, the whole committee was. And Tara has some great ideas for how to fundraise around the event as well as at the event. But I'd rather just either take questions or have Tara take questions than, you know, and then deliver a written report this week.
Sure. Ms. DeSisto, you want to talk about the fundraising side?
Yes, we really need to get a website formal up that can take in ticket sales for this event. And there has been a lot of interest around the chairs being part of what builds the fundraising esteem for this event, and also a lot of silent auction kinds of participation. We've also discussed a virtual museum, as so those that were not able to attend could get through a paywall and visit the artifacts that we have made available to them. We've digitized a ton of video in this past 6 months, a ton of video, and some of you have access to that, and we're trying to digest that in order to be able to present that in a way that is most of value to our constituency. So there are a number of ways. We've talked about segmenting the boat rides for fundraising, making a VIP kind of package that would encompass, you know, the axe throwing and the gun, the shooting range. Those are all added components that we can build on to make this a really robust fundraising event. And you know, I have some ideas. I have really forward-thinking ideas, and you know, as I navigate all the landmines out there, I'd rather take them to you one-on-one so that I don't run into any you know, missteps along the way of people I might agitate along the way. So the ideas are coming together, and we're excited if the LNC can get behind this kind of event. This would be very, very exciting for our team.
If I could ask you to be a little bit more specific on the targeted ticket price, VIP, you know, what the VIPs get and what you're thinking on that in order to make sure that this covers the 50,000 projected cost.
Sure. We do have a VIP reception planned, and an entire package for them specific to, as I mentioned, the activities we have on site. This is on a state park, so there's a lot of trails for them to go out on, general admission to be able to go out on. But we're looking, the fundraising committee, and as Susan mentioned, has targeted $1,500 for the VIP package, and for the individual package, it would be $250 a person, with children under 14 free of charge.
We do plan to have early bird specials, so those numbers really will favor people who are going to jump on it. And I do think that if we get the tickets up within 2 or 3 weeks, which should happen, then I think this is the exact moment where libertarians are ready to do that kind of thing. I know I am.
There has also been interest from outside organizations in sponsorship, such as Freedom Fest. They were interested in countering the proposal that we have sponsoring their event. So there are opportunities for deeper sponsorships, should that be chosen to be a viable option. I don't want to insinuate that we just, you know, make our 50th anniversary a display of sponsorships per se. but that is an option on the table if we want to incorporate some of those.
Thank you, Mr. Sisto. Ms. Hogarth, we'll go to questions and comments. Mr. Bowen and then Ms. Adams. Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to know if there's been any discussion of overnight accommodations, either nearby or collective in terms of pricing, if you've gotten that far in the discussions. Thank you.
So the venue does in fact have a relationship with a Marriott and a Radisson in the area, and does believe that they will provide shuttle service between those areas. There's also RTD rail that runs very close by that can either jump on the hotel shuttle or also walk if they so choose. It's close enough. We have not yet explored options for discounted rates, but I know Mr. Kraus is very, very good at negotiating great deals for us in places that we travel. So I would reach out to my leadership partner and ask him for support in that area as well.
Thank you. I have Ms. Adams and then Mr. Molman. Ms. Adams.
So accommodations were definitely one of the things that I wanted to ask about. You've addressed that. Sponsorships, I know the minute you said that, a lot of my colleagues on the LNC got really squirrely, and I get it, and I'm with you, but I do think we need to allow Ms. DeSisto to explore some sponsorship opportunities. I think that we would be cutting off our nose to spite our faces if we don't at least check it out and see what's out there. I know some people are, I already know, like I can hear it, right?
Well, if I can jump in, Aaron, this is Susan. I don't think sponsorship, I mean, it's true, we don't want a weekend of speechifying.
Right.
But I think sponsorships can actually highlight a lot of the partnerships that the Libertarian Party has formed over the years.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to see that.
They've been.
I'd like to see that final sponsorship list or potential sponsorship list come back to the LNC just so that if anybody has a really strong objection about any organization, it can be noted and addressed then. But I do think we should explore that. So yeah, I don't want to see it become all those speeches either, but I think that there's benefit there.
I have Mr. Molman next.
I also have my hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see it, but I'll add you.
I know.
Mr.
I'm
Molman.
sorry.
And Ms. Adams stole a little bit of my thunder. I agree 100% that outside organizations helping cover the cost because they're down with what we're down with. I think that's great. You know, obviously we don't live in a bubble. We are the LP. We need to be outward facing. And so while this is an internal celebration, certainly our friendly organizations should be welcome to celebrate with us. And I look forward to this. I think this is awesome. I know there's been talk of this kind of in the background for a while. I'm excited to see it come to fruition. I think the venue looks really cool. I think we will get a lot of people to come out and you know, not just people currently active, but it's also a potential to reactivate and re-energize some of the activists that have over the years kind of fallen off. That, you know, I mean, this can be tough, right? To be at it, and sometimes people take a break, and sometimes that break ends up being longer than they even thought. And hopefully we can get some of those folks back re-energized. They can meet multiple generations of the party, meet the current iteration of leadership and activists. And hopefully, this will not just be a great celebration, but a great motivating and energizing event for the party as a whole. So I'm excited about this. I want to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harless.
Yes. So Tara, the Colorado party probably would be able to help with transport as well. I think if we really got them on board, you know, they could be like a host to assist. And as you know, I've said it so many times, I feel like it's a broken record. I'm really excited about this. And I hope we get on board at like 10,000%. this opportunity only comes once every 50 years, right? So, and I think for an off year, it could really be a point of excitement. It's almost like a non-regular convention that we used to do in the past, that, you know, rather than people being so excited to go to events, not that there's anything wrong with Freedom Fest or any of that, but it's nice to see our events on off years. And by the way, the light rail is fantastic.
I do want to mention, and the rail goes from the airport. So if you choose to stay at the hotel airport for whatever reason, the rail will take you right there, which is fantastic. The one thing I have to say about the Colorado team, they've been super helpful. Michelle Pogue came with us to a lot of these venues to kind of give us the on the ground kind of feel. And I will say that they have also reached out not only to invite me to their state convention, but also to offer to pay for a certain portion of their state party that chooses to come. So they've already they want to build that into their structure for their state convention. So Colorado's just been really wonderful. And I do look forward to working with all of you there because you're all so nice. And if I could live anywhere, I think it might be Colorado.
Mr. Roudsup.
Sorry, I was having a difficulty unmuting there. Do we have any assumptions on what the attendance would be? Because looking at maximum attendance, if we take all 6 aspects of the venue, we're right around about 900. So, I mean, which is pretty close to what we usually take for a full convention, but
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Where do you come up with the 900?
Well, okay, so the Great Hall has a capacity of 200, upper deck 200.
Oh, their full capacity is 800, I believe.
Okay, so their full capacity is 800. Do we have any idea of what the interest in attendance would be?
No, I mean, I don't, it's all speculation. I think we can right now we could legally sell, is it 300 or 400 tickets, Tara?
400.
And I think we can easily sell 300, which would fund the entire thing. And depending on how many VIPs, you know, bring in extra. I think we can sell out 400, and I think that number will increase. So, I mean, I expect 400 to 500. That's complete speculation. Tara, what do you think?
I mean, we were able to pull almost 500 people for the national convention in Orlando under severe restrictions. There were enough hungry libertarians that wanted to get together. So I feel the impulse now that vaccines have been coming out will be really strong to get together. But you know, it really matters how streamlined we can make this, how clunky it is for them. You know, if we have to wait several weeks to get it on the market for them, to get a website up and running, you know, to make those decisions, if we have to change venues a couple times, you know, those are going to be hindrances to us building maximum capacity. You know, I would like to see this event very well attended. I love the fact that there's a lot of open space. You know, there are going to be a lot of people that are still very concerned, or maybe concerned about themselves, you know, under the pandemic. So this leaves a lot of openness available for people who want to attend, who want to do just maybe some of the activities, you know, to be able to keep their distance and also join in the celebration. So I am hopeful that a lot of people will come out for this. I'm very, very hopeful. And, you know, I just want to get it to market to them.
Thank you.
It is a bit of a shot in the dark trying to project attendance. the data points that I have are some of the recent state conventions, like Tennessee convention, that, if it wasn't an attendance record, it was probably close. Because I think libertarians miss hanging out with each other, and we were cheated from a full 2020 convention, just as, everybody in the world was cheated of things in 2020. So I think, that's on the upside, on the plus side. And, we can put this up, and if ticket sales are anemic, then, we pull the plug.
Actually, my concern was in the opposite direction, because it doesn't look like the venue might be large enough, because I have the same inkling that you do, that there's a lot of individuals that are going to want to come to this because we've been cheated out of state conventions and a national convention.
One thing I will add, I would not put any eggs in the basket of Pontius Polis, our governor, raising the limit. He's not good. I called him that for a reason. So I would keep in mind and say it'd be great if it's raised past 400, but he won't get away with making it less because he will be lynched. But I think he probably is going to be one of the last states that's going to want to make higher, though counties are revolting. Yesterday, there were full restaurants in Douglas because they were like, fuck you.
So to address Mr. Rodsep's concern about the expansion, we looked at a lot of venues, large venues, and the tickets, the price of admission for those places was absolutely significant. There are a lot of concerts and activities that were postponed from last year that have now been kicked up. So a lot of venues that would have normally been available to us have already been backlogged. So we are very grateful that we have this option on the table, because it does meet a lot of our needs. Should I have to reach back out to one of those venues to, I have this thing in my head. There was a beautiful place called Infinity Park. It was not outdoors, it was entirely indoors. But I would love to be able to use that just for exhibit space. If we were to raise enough funds to, that's selling out is a really great problem for us to have. If we needed overflow, if we needed to move the exhibit space somewhere else and we could afford that level of budget to upgrade, I'd love to be able to put that there, because they had such a beautiful video capacity that, but there would be a lot that would come with that as well. So I think this is going to meet our needs, but again, it's a good problem to have if we sell out and we have an excess of money to grow out.
Time on this item is expired. Is there any motion to extend time? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Sisto. Ms. Hogarth.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mullman.
Point of information. There's no action that needs to be taken here. Is that correct? They're just informing us and getting a gauge if we want to go forward.
Right. And, I didn't get a lot of, or really any, don't do this, this is a bad idea. And if you do feel that, speak now or send me a message or something. But barring that, I'll probably be sending a motion to the committee authorizing us to enter into a contract or contracts.
Second.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. Next item of business is nomination of Tyler Harris as executive director. Under Section 2.09 of the policy manual, the chair appoints and employs the executive director with the approval of a 2/3 vote of the LNC, subject to the right of the LNC to discharge the executive director at any time by majority vote. As you all know, I appointed Mr. Harris as interim executive director at the turn of the calendar. He's been doing a bang-up job. I answers my calls morning, noon, and night on stuff. And it's been a time of incredible change at the LNC, and I'm very confident in him, which is why I've forwarded his nomination to be executive director, which therefore requires the 2/3 vote. I suppose we'll let Mr. Harris speak to all of you and then take any questions you might have.
Well, I will just take the time to express my tremendous gratitude to the chair for the nomination and for engaging me in the role in an interim capacity. I have a tremendously sincere desire to see through the work that we've begun. Staff has just done incredible work these past couple of months. I feel privileged to be in their company. We've got an incredible team, and of course, I would love to continue to work with them and to pursue the priorities that this body sets out. And to finish the work that we started. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a great honor to be in this position.
Comments or questions? Mr. Longstreth.
Well, the only comment that I have is as chair of EPCC, I've been very impressed with Tyler and his commitment to employee relations and working with our committee and participating in discussions relevant to where we take staff in the future. So I do believe he has staff's best interests at heart. I have received the impression very much so that he is working with all members of the LNC. And with Joe's recommendation, I fully support and applaud Tyler on the work he's done. I hope he, if this body so deems it, he enjoys however long the contract is in order to just serve the body and that sort of thing and continue to do awesome work. So I fully endorse Tyler and would urge this committee to do the same.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote, and it's a main motion, so it will be by roll call. Secretary will call the roll.
Ms. Secretary, before you start, David Valente is acting for Region 5 right now.
Okay, and has Mr. Hewitt come in yet? No, okay. Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Mr. Valenti?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't hear. Mr. Mullman?
Emphatic yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Absolutely yes.
Is Mr. Buffman still voting for Mr. Phillips?
I am, and yes.
Mr. Rautsep?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? I will come back to him. Mr. Wen?
Yes.
Is Mr. Smith in the room? All right, Mr. Chair, with Mr. Smith absent, it's 15-0.
And I'll vote yes.
16-0.
With a vote of 16-0 with one absence, Mr. Harris is confirmed. Congratulations, Tyler.
Thank you. It's a tremendous privilege, and I look forward to continuing to serve this body.
Next item is nomination of Bill Redpath to be ballot access coordinator. I have messaged him. We're running a little ahead right now, which is why he's not in yet.
I actually
I'm sorry, I am here, but I've got the wrong name there.
Oh, okay. I'll fix that for you.
Preston Nelson used this, and it's
there you go, Bill.
All right, or it's my last known alias, one or the other.
I don't think Mr. Redpath needs an introduction, but I'll give a brief one anyways. This committee saw fit to create a ballot access coordinator position to resolve some of the coordination and delegation issues that we've observed in the past on ballot access, which is a very important function of ours, of course. And, I didn't really have a second choice for this role. Bill, Bill's his first name, but it very well should be ballot access Redpath, and the hard work he's done over the years, both on the ground, financially, strategically, you name it. And in our path to getting 50 state ballot access last year, after I became chair, I was talking to Bill every day, and we were working out and solving problems, parachuting in where we needed to, addressing things, and I'm very confident we'll be in good hands with Bill. But I'll let him speak to it and then answer your questions. Bill?
Thank you. Yes, I would be very honored to be appointed ballot access coordinator and also be a member of the ballot access committee if you saw fit. Since I've become involved in ballot access on a national level, and that happened in 1990 when I was on the LNC, the LP has had a presidential ticket on the ballot in all 50 states in 5 of the last 8 presidential elections. And that's something we all should be proud of, because no minor party in the history of this nation has ever come close to doing that. And it is a team effort. And a lot of people have worked really hard on that over the years, and I want to thank them all. And there's no reason we can't continue. We should, I think we have made great progress taking an aggressive stance toward ballot access over the years. After the 2020 presidential election, there was an article written by Matt Welch in Reason magazine saying that the Libertarian Party has cemented itself as the third party in the United States. There are other third parties, of course, but the results in terms of ballot access and number of candidates and vote totals for those candidates speak for themselves. But the root of it is ballot access. And I think that we need to continue to be aggressive in ballot access. I think that helps attract candidates, and it attracts better candidates than we would otherwise have. And so it's been a path to success, I think, for the LP. Fortunately, the costs are going down. One of the things we've been able to do is, as time has passed, spend less and less and less money on ballot access. And maybe there'll be a day when it'll be a de minimis expense for us. I hope so, but we're not quite there yet. We need to get a petition drive going in Arkansas, I think, hopefully before the end of the month. We have a petition drive ongoing in Alabama right now. I see Laura Lane is among the attendees. She's chair of the Libertarian Party of Alabama. And they're at about 10,000 valid signatures right now. There are other things that we could be doing right now, but I think that the cost benefit analysis really isn't quite there. So anyway, but we should pursue Arkansas, absolutely. And we're going with Alabama as well, with a petition drive that Richard Winger has been a great advocate for. And so we're helping him achieve his goal. And I think it should be our goal to run a lot of candidates in Alabama in 2022, and that should get us ballot access for 2024. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Comments or questions for Mr. Redpath? Mr. Molman.
Yes, I just want to note, I've worked with Bill on the ballot access committee. Those that have not been on ballot access, it is grueling, gut-wrenching. It is difficult work when the entire party is relying on you to get it done. I would be lying if I said that it was fun. It's difficult, and there's a reason why I did not seek to be on that committee again, because it is extremely stressful, at least for me. Working with Bill, Bill has been able to be a steady hand. He takes it a lot more in stride than I was able to. I think that's necessary. I think when it comes to a ballot access coordinator that has the experience with the party and has got it done, there's, as Mr. Bishop Henchman has said, I can't think of anyone else offhand who would do a better job at this than Mr. Redpath. And so I do support his nomination for this role. He was the person I had in mind when I kind of promoted a similar idea. I look forward to him working with the Ballot Access Committee to get us 50 plus DC yet again for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woolman. I have Mr. Valente and then Mr. Nicola. Mr. Valente.
Hey, I just want to say from my time in Virginia working with Bill, there's no better person to put in this role. He is a fantastic, person when it comes to ballot access, organizing, getting the message out. And I think that he's going to thrive in this role, and we're going to thrive because of that, because this guy is responsible for, I can't tell you how many candidates being on the ballot in some of the hardest states for him being on the ballot. So again, I think, this is probably the best fit between job and person that we can come up with.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. I have Mr. Nicola and then Mr. Hagan. Mr. Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What can I say? I've been on the LNC for two presidential terms, two presidential elections, and Bill has been there the entire time, paving the way for ballot access for us as a party. I think every libertarian owes him a beer, whether they know it or not, because if it wasn't for Bill Redpath, I don't think we'd have the party that we'd have today, even close. One of the things that makes us the Libertarian Party in the third party in the United States is the fact that we have ballot access. And that makes us a very viable threat. And it scares the hell out of the old two parties, and it should. And it is work that is underappreciated, but supremely important. As a matter of fact, I think it's probably the most important job we've had. And it's the foundation, the basis for everything else that we get to do. And if it wasn't for that, we would just be like the Greens or the Constitutionalists or any other party that realistically could not win an election, a presidential election, but also doesn't have the 50 state ballot access that we have. So for that reason, I certainly support this and support Bill, and thank you, Bill, and the ballot access team for all your hard work and dedication to the cause. And we thank you and look forward to the continued work and success of that committee and the work that we continue to do for ballot access. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Hagan next.
This will somewhat repeat what's already been said, but I've known Mr. Redpath for over 20 years. That whole time, I know he's been working hard on the ballot access. Thank you, Bill, for working on that. And you're probably the only choice I see for this. You are the ballot access expert.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much.
Any further comments or questions?
Yes,
Ms. Harless.
Bill is the bomb. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Seeing nothing further, we'll go to an immediate vote, and the secretary will call the roll.
One moment. Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Mr. Valente?
Yes.
Mr. Longstrath?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Nicola?
Yes.
Mr. Buffman?
Yes.
Mr. Rautzak?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Right, Mr. Wendt?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's 15-0. Mr. Smith absent.
I will vote yes.
16-0.
By a vote of 16-0 with one absence, Mr. Redpath, you are confirmed as ballot access coordinator.
Thank you. Thank you
Would
very
you
much.
like to take
everyone.
the last minute in the agenda item to give your first report to the committee on ballot access?
Yes, I would say this, that should I address both states,
I
Mr.
would say at least Arkansas, and maybe give a hint about what's going on in Alabama. So
Okay.
I mean, talk about them both. Talk about them both. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to address Arkansas. I really would like to get this petition drive going in March, before the end of this month, mainly because of the hot weather in Arkansas that comes about during the August in Arkansas is unbelievable. But in any event, what the situation is for a party petition, 10,000 valid signatures needed. That's about 14,000 gross signatures, total signatures. They think estimate of volunteers 2,000. That gets us down to 12,000 paid signatures. Estimating cost of $3 per signature is $36,000. They have $12,000 in the bank. The Ricky Harrington campaign cannot spend money because it was a federal campaign, cannot spend money on governor campaign, but he can transfer the money to the Arkansas LP. And so taking 36,000 minus, basically there's another 2,000 in there, minus 24,000 equals about $12,000 needed from the LNC. Commitment of 12,000 from the LNC. We can get this petition drive going before the month is out. And we have only a 90-day window to collect the roughly 14,000 gross signatures. In Alabama, and I would certainly like to get that approved by the LNC if at all possible. In Alabama, we have a much bigger drive going. Richard Winger has been a great sponsor with that. There is right now about 10,000 gross signatures in Alabama, according to Laura Lane. They have about $18,500 cash in the bank. They have about $20,000 more. Richard Winger said he put in 40,000 total. He's put in 20 already. 20,000 more will be coming from Richard Winger, and they have a paid fundraiser. Scott Kohlhaas, who is raising money for them and expects to be able to raise at least $50,000 more. But this drive has a number of valid signatures is, I forget the exact number off the top of my head. It's between 51 and 52,000 valid signatures. Yes. We're probably going to have to get about 70,000 gross signatures there. And so the bottom line is that we've got about a $100,000 hole that needs to be filled there. I know that sounds like a lot of money. I will say that they're attracting a lot of candidates. The last number I heard is about 23 candidates have been attracted in 2022 in Alabama. There is an excellent chance that we will retain ballot access because there should be some two-way races and statewide races that would allow us to get ballot access, to retain ballot access with 20% or more of the vote in 2022 for 2024. So I will tell you that I know that's a lot of money, but believe me, there will be money coming down the pike in the future that will more than pay for this from Mr. Winger. And I think that we ought to pursue this. We already are pursuing about 10,000 total signatures, on our way to about 70,000 total needed. So we're about 1/7 of the way done. We have about another year to get this done. I'd like to complete this petition drive by March 2022. I think the manpower shouldn't be a problem. The question mark right now is money, but I really do think this is worthy. I think in the long run, it will not be a net cost to the LNC, given the interest of Richard Winger and future contributions to the party.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath. Then my plan on Arkansas is to take that to the executive committee in the near future to approve that $12,000 amount. And then for Alabama, we're continuing to explore the level of our potential commitment and what donor support we can get for a partnership on that.
Okay.
Ms. Sarek, you have your hand up.
Yes, I apologize for the background noise because we are eating dinner right now. Did Mr. Redpath say Scott Coalhouse was going to be involved in any of these projects? Because that's, I think many people know that we may be able to find somebody who's a little bit more economical for the funds that are raised for that.
He is involved in this. That the Libertarian Party of Alabama has hired Scott to do that, and there is a contract regarding funds that he is going to raise. Certainly, I think we're open to any sort of fundraising on this, but there is a contract between Alabama and Scott that Scott right now has fulfilled about 1/3 of.
The follow-up question, yes, sorry. And what kind of percentage is he raising, or is he taking from that? If you're allowed to tell me, or us.
I think it's 50%.
I feel like that, I mean, I don't know if this is a time or place. I'm sorry, I'm eating pizza. I don't know if this is a time or place to discuss this, but that seems a little bit egregious for the amount of money that is being spent in Alabama.
Just to note, this is an agreement between the Libertarian Party of Alabama and Mr. Coalhouse. We're not, it doesn't, that portion of the agreement, that of the drive we're not a party to.
Okay, apologies for speaking out of turn there.
No. It's a fair question and something to keep in mind.
But I will say this, I mean, Scott has raised a lot of money over the years and has relieved, I understand your concern, but Scott has raised a lot of money over the years for various state parties and helped them complete their petition drives and has relieved some financial pressure from the LNC in support of those drives.
Thank you for addressing that.
Thank you, Ms. Sarwark. Ms. Bilyeu.
Yeah, there was a question in the chat from Evan McMahon. I just wanted to make sure it was heard, so I'll ask it, and it is whether or not the petitioners in Arkansas have to be from Arkansas.
No.
Or registered.
No,
Okay.
no. That,
thank you.
They can be from anywhere.
Okay.
With no further
have been in the past.
With no further hands up, I think that will. Ms. Sarwark, did you have another follow-up? No. Okay. That'll conclude that item. Mr. Redpath, thank you. Hi, Julie. I see her in the background. And
very good. Thank you.
Be in touch soon.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Take care. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda are several action items that I've introduced. So I've spoken with Mr. Molman. I'm going to turn the gavel over to him.
You're muted, Ken.
That's a mundane detail. Sorry about that. So the next item on the agenda is the establishment of the Libertarian Elected Official Support System, or known as LES. Mr. Bishop Henchman, I believe you sponsored this. Would you like to speak to this first?
Thank you. And I covered this a little bit in the written report, but I've had the honor to speak with many of our 223 elected officials, and they're brave and they're principled and they're eager, but they're often alone in office against a sea of Democrats and Republicans. And those parties provide staff support, they provide messaging and strategic advice, and they provide, frankly, strength in numbers to those officials and legislators from their parties. Our elected officials are doing great work, but they often feel alone. And so late last year, I asked a working group of some of our elected officials, along with Apollo Pizzell from staff, to develop a solution to help close that capabilities gap. And what you have before you is the result that they came up with, LES, the Libertarian Elected Support System. And yes, there's a lot of marketing spin-off that can come from that name. It's a very good name. LES is a brand new initiative that is essentially an association for our elected officials to be able to communicate with each other, trade best practices and good ideas, and fundraise under the LNC umbrella while remaining autonomous in their operations, and generally ensure that Libertarian elected officials have the support and the tools to excel in office. I hope the LNC will support the creation of LES and allow us to get going and provide the support for our elected officials. I don't know if Mr. Pizzell, who's on, wants to speak further to it, and then the designated initial co-chairs, just so everybody knows, are Mr. Sid Dowd, who's a council member in Montana, and Ms. Trish Butler, who's a council member in Tennessee. Apollo?
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, Mr. Molman, that's all I had. And so I guess formally I'll move the adoption of the resolution that was circulated.
All right. Mr. Bishop Henchman has moved the adoption of the resolution circulated. Is there a second?
Second.
I did not even catch who that was.
Second.
From or two of us, I think.
All right. I am seeing Mr. Buffman's name here, so I'm going to assume that it was him that seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Harless?
Yeah, I was going to move to amend, but since the co-chairs have already been selected, if this passes, I have an issue with the usage of co-chairs that's just really not recommended, and wondered why we didn't go with first and second vice chair, which is something that's well established. But Roberts totally recommends against using the idea of a co-chair. It is something that's just very nebulous and rife for conflict.
Okay. Mr. Bishop Henchman, would you like to answer that question?
Sure.
About your motion.
Yes, now I can address that. The analogous organizations that we're basing this on, organizations like NCSL and ALEC and various task force, as well as other government associations of elected officials or associations of government elected officials, generally use the co-chair model. Oftentimes, admittedly, that's for Democratic and Republican co-chairs, but even in single party organizations like governors associations and so forth, they involve co-chairs. And there's a couple reasons for this. One is to allow some geographic diversity. So you've got no one state or one geography seems paramount within the organization. Another is driving towards consensus. The idea behind this is that it is not a policy making body, but an association for providing a support mechanism for elected officials. And if they can't operate through a consensus operation, I mean, that's going to be a problem. And so that's the main motivation behind it. That said, if we try it and it doesn't work, we can amend it later and fix it.
Okay. Ms. Harless, I am unable to see the list of speakers, and I apologize. Maybe somebody jumped in before you did, although you jumped in very quickly. Are there any other speakers on this item?
There's Mr. Wendt and Mr. Valenti.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if
ahead.
I respond on what we were thinking with the co-chair as well?
Sure. You know what, Mr. Pizzell, that's germane to the previous question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry to butt in. I just wanted to explain why we did it. It really wasn't a huge preference point. It was exactly what Mr. Bishop Henchman said, which was that the geography, but it was also because it was volunteer work and we just wanted to give more hands to make light work. That's basically what it was.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pizzell. Mr. Wendt?
Yes, mine is a point of inquiry. So what I'm seeing, and this speaks somewhat to Ms. Harless's concern, is this is not a committee. This is not my question is this is not a committee that needs to follow Roberts. It's just an extra party organization in which the Libertarian Party is agreeing to support through this policy manual. Is that correct?
Mr. Henchman, Bishop Henchman, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, I have Mr. Valenti.
Yes. So, I mean, the one thing that I've kind of stuck with on this one is the name less. Like when I'm thinking about libertarian elected officials, I don't want less libertarian elected officials. But is there? I mean, you mentioned something about marketing. Can you speak to that? I mean, I do have an alternate title that might be a little bit better, but.
All right, Mr. Bishop Henchman, would you like to respond to that?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Pizzell on this one.
Okay, Mr. Pizzell.
Yes, thank you. We we agonized over the name for quite a while. Actually, it was one of the big sticking points. Yes, some of the ideas that we came up with the less name was less is more. Those who govern less govern best. And things like that. So that would be the idea of the branding behind it. I will say that this will be less of an pardon the pun. It'll be less of an outward facing organization, more of an inward facing organization. So external branding, while important, is not the primary focus. So that was what was brought up with after many meetings with a number of elected officials, and that's what the one that they enjoyed. But that's all.
All right. Mr. Valenti, I noticed that you put something in the chat. Did you want to throw that out there to see?
Yeah, I mean, that was the alternate that I came up with was Libertarian Elected Official Network. You could go Leon or whatever.
That is actually one of the names that we bantered about, and was one of the top 3, I believe, that we were discussing.
Cool. All right.
There was a Trotsky issue that was flagged.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Harless, are there additional speakers in the queue?
I had my hand up again for when nobody else, and we had, was that Mr. Valenti was already finished, Mr. McMahon from the gallery, and then myself.
I can't remember. Okay, let me take it without objection, Mr. McMahon from the gallery.
Hello, everybody. Evan McMahon from the Libertarian Party of Indiana. Thank you guys for all the work that you guys are doing. I think this is a great idea, but I do have a concern. So we've actually been talking about doing something similar to this in Indiana for our elected and appointed folks here. One of the concerns that I have, especially on messaging, is, how are you going to work with the state party to incorporate this with the affiliate? So we've in the past had, especially on like township boards, where you just have to declare that you're a libertarian, have gotten elected, and we didn't know until election day. If they were to happen to reach out to the national party, is there a direction back to the state party, as opposed to now the national party is helping them come up with messaging and support and things like that, leaving out the state party affiliate? So I'm just concerned to make sure that there is a mechanism to include the affiliate and the state party leadership in this less program.
Mr. Bishop Henchman, would you like to respond?
Yes, please. This is a tool, and it's meant to really be an association of those elected officials. So whatever they do will be at their initiative. The national party is there to provide an umbrella and staff support to it. But I certainly don't want this characterized as us giving them direction or talking points or orders on what they're supposed to be doing, because that's not the intent. And I'd like to think that, it would be a supplement and an assistance to any state party efforts in this regard. Indiana is at the forefront of this. I mean, you may not think that it's necessary in Indiana because you're forward thinking enough to have already built this infrastructure for your elected and appointed officials in Indiana. So it's really about the rest of the country catching up to where you guys are. And I don't know if Mr. Pizzal has anything to add beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that was what my response was generally going to be, is that this is just designed to be an augmentation and a support network. I would even go so far as to say messaging will likely not come from the organization itself. This is more just an opportunity for them to share amongst themselves and have those connections. The long-term vision, as we discussed, was eventually, if once we have many elected officials in each individual state, then there can be state chapters of this. But as it is right now, it's better to do it on a centralized level. But it's not designed to replace on messaging in any way.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in the queue besides you?
Mr. Ferreira.
Okay. Mr. Ferreira, go ahead.
I'll allow Ms. Harless to go first.
Okay. Ms. Harless, go ahead.
I just want to say I still have the concerns with the co-chair, but I always like to repeat my philosophy is when people are showing initiative to start a program and they feel passionately about it, I believe in letting them do it the way they'd like to. So I'm willing to trust Mr. Bishop Henchman's judgment on this, despite my reservations, because I'm glad he came up with it.
Okay. Mr. Bishop Henchman, do you wish to add anything to that?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ferrara.
I wanted to thank the team that brought this proposal together. It's a very thoughtful proposal, very well worked out. I think you guys have dealt with a lot of the issues that may come up in the future. Wanted to appreciate you for that and call the question.
All right. There's a move to call the question, although if there's no one left in the queue, maybe that's moot. I guess somebody could second it too. But well, let me ask this. Ms. Harless, is there anybody left in the queue?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. And because there's nobody left in the queue, we're going to move to a vote. If there's, yeah. And if I remember correctly, this would be a roll call. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Ms. Harless, if you wouldn't mind, please call the roll.
Okay, one sec. All right. Ms. Bilyeu?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferrera?
Yes.
Mr. Valenti?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Yes.
Mr. Bookman?
Yes.
Mr. Raudsep?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
I'll come back. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Wendt?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's 16 to 0 to 0.
All right, 16 to 0 to 0. That motion passes.
I vote yes for the record.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
So it's 17 to 0 to 0.
Okay, 17 to
Okay.
0 to 0. There we go.
I always forget when you pass the gavel, Mr. Bishop Henchman. I'm sorry.
All right. So, well, we'll have another opportunity to try and yet another one after that. So the next item on the agenda is the Preventing Unbalanced LNC Budget, sponsored by Mr. Bishop Henchman. Mr. Bishop Henchman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This committee and the LNC previous to us have done an admirable and unprecedented job getting the fiscal house of the organization in order. At one point, we were $100,000 in the red, and it was even odds whether we would make payroll. And that was then. Now we're in a situation where our building has been paid off, and we've got a sizable, but could always be more, reserve fund and building a strong fundraising apparatus. And I think crucial to that has been a restraint to not launch new spending initiatives without either identifying pledged revenue or offsets to spending or uses of unobligated revenue, so that the balanced budget stays balanced ongoing. That has been the informal practice of the organization that I propose to make policy. And so the language of this would be that a motion to increase spending that does not specify an equivalent spending reduction or use of unobligated revenue is out of order unless overruled by 2/3 vote of the entire LNC. So it would still be possible to do this, but it would require 2/3 rather than a floating majority of the committee. I do want to add, somebody did send a suggestion, which was very helpful, of specifying or pledged revenue in the after unobligated, so that if we do have a donor who's come along and said, if you pass this, the check's in my hand, that wouldn't have to be ruled out of order. So that'll be an amendment that I move after I first move the adoption of the policy manual amendment as circulated.
Second. Mr. Molman, I do believe you're muted.
Thank you. Yep, here I am talking to myself again. Mr. Bishop Henchman made the motion. Mr. Longstreth has seconded. And so we will move into discussion. And Mr. Bishop Henchman, you've made it clear you intend to make a motion to amend to, in the interest of expediency, we want to go ahead and add that amendment on.
Yes,
Mr.
I
Bishop
move to
Henchman?
amend by adding after the word unobligated or pledged.
Okay. There's a motion to amend on the floor. Is there a second? Was that Mr. Longstreth again?
It was.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. So we are now in discussion on the amendment. Is there any debate on the amendment? I'll ask one more time because I'm not hearing any. Is there any debate on the amendment? Ms. Harless, does anybody have their hand up?
No.
Okay. Hearing no discussion on the amendment, is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, I'm hearing no objection to the amendment. So we will now move back to the main motion, which is the motion as amended. And is there any discussion on the main motion? I see Mr.
There
Carlos,
is
I see your hand
myself
up.
And Mr. Longstreth and Ms. Bilyeu right after me.
All right, so which order was that? I apologize.
Myself, Mr. Longstreth, Ms. Bilyeu.
Longstreth, Bilyeu, okay. Ms. Harless?
I'd like to move to amend to strike the word entire before LNC.
Okay. Ms. Harless has made a motion to strike the word entire from just before the word or the initials LNC in the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there are multiple seconds, but I see Ms. Bilyeu, so I'm going to credit her. All right, so we are now in discussion about the amendment to remove the word entire from the motion in front of the LNC. Ms. Harless, I think, does that reset the speaker queue, or do we?
Well, it can, but I get to speak to it.
Oh, yes. Okay, so go ahead. Yes, please speak to your motion. Sorry.
Okay. I believe entire LNC votes need to be rare and reserved for things like suspending officers. You start running into real problems if you end up with a meeting in which not everyone's present. Entire LNC means counting everybody. Abstentions count as no's. And while I do think this is a serious topic, I do see at some point it might become necessary in some kind of emergency situation, though I can't see me ever voting for anything like that. But entire LNC, I think, is too high of a threshold for this. 2/3 of the LNC is a good threshold. And here's the thing, it's a policy manual. The LNC could simply amend the policy manual with less than that. So I don't really believe in putting things in the policy manual in which the whole thing could be struck out for less than that.
Thank you, Ms. Harless. We previously had Mr. Longstreth and Ms. Bilyeu in queue. Would they like to speak to this amendment, Mr. Longstreth, or do you want to reserve for when we get back to the main motion?
Please reserve for main motion.
Okay. Ms. Bilyeu?
I actually was in line for the main motion, but I also support this amendment.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak either in favor or against this amendment?
Mr. Mullin.
Yes, Mr. Bishop Henchman, go ahead.
Yes, I do oppose the amendment. I think in practice, it won't make much of a difference. I think it'll be 12 votes because we're all pretty good about being here for votes. I think future committees are pretty good about being there for votes. Where it will make a difference is if 4 people are out of the room. Under the wording that's currently listed, it's still 12 votes to unbalance the budget. Under the proposed amendment, that drops it down. And it's a question of whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bishop Henchman. Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in queue that we don't know about other than Mr.
Mr. Valenti?
Mr. Valenti. Mr. Valenti, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I also rise in opposition to the amendment because I think this is a serious enough issue, and if we're serious enough about maintaining a balanced budget, that we should make it as hard as possible to overcome that threshold. So I don't favor in reducing it down to whoever's in the room.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valente. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in favor of the amendment? We've heard from two against. Is there anyone who wants to
I
speak
would
in
like,
favor?
when no one else does, one last thing.
I would. This is Tim Hagan.
Mr. Hagan, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the problems I have when it says entire LNC, actually Ms. Harlow's touched on this also, was that if you abstain because you have maybe a conflict of interest, it counts as a no vote. So that's one of the biggest problems I have when it says entire LNC is who does not allow a person with conflict of interest to really abstain, to have to vote yes or no. So I for the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'm having trouble with my hand-raised function, Mr. Phillips, but I would like to speak as well.
Mr. Phillips, you're coming through a little bit garbled, but I believe you said you wanted to speak either in favor or against.
I do. I'm in favor. I'm having trouble with my hand-raised function. Can you hear better now?
Mr. Phillips, I apologize. You're coming through sometimes like a robot and sometimes underwater.
Okay. Is it any better now?
No.
No, sir.
No. Okay. Let me come back. Go to somebody. I'm in favor. Leave it at that.
Okay. And then, Mr. Phillips, if you'd like, certainly you can type it into the chat and we can read it for you if it's short enough, obviously, to type into chat. All right. Let's see here. So that was there and there. Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in the queue besides yourself who hasn't spoken yet?
No, the two in the queue are for the main motion.
Okay. Then Ms. Harless, go ahead.
I had just gotten forwarded something very interesting by some parliamentarians called the suspension paradox. And here's the thing. If 4 people are out of the room and there's a certain number of people that want to do this without notice, with a majority of the LNC, 9 people can strike this, can simply strike the whole provision. So it's just a feel-good thing to put in there. And Tim's observation, again, is something I didn't even think of, but it does put people who might feel uncomfortable voting because of perceived conflict in a bad position.
Okay. All right. Ms. Harless, I assume the queue is now clear from the amendment. Is that correct? Am I muted again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if Mr. Ferreira was for the amendment. He just put his hand up.
Yeah, I put it up for the amendment to speak to what was just said. I understand that there is a loophole, that there would be a way to get around the 2/3 vote, but an LNC would have to actively do that, and that would be very clear to their constituents that they were acting in a way that was, I'm not going to call shady, but a little bit less than above board. And so even though the ability to do it is there, I still think that it's an important extra step that they would have to go through.
I'm going to note actually that we are out of time on this item. And unless anyone makes a motion to extend, we're going to move to a vote on the amendment. And then we're going to have another opportunity for a motion to extend. And then if that's not extended, we're going to move to a vote on the item. So hearing no motion to extend, there's going to be division on this. So I think, Ms. Harless, the easiest way to do this is through roll call, because, unless we want to do, well, no, because show of hands isn't working. So roll call's got.
It's not working properly,
right.
so it's much easier.
Yes,
okay. This is the vote on the amendment. So if the amendment is adopted, entire would be stricken.
That is correct.
Ms. Bilyeu.
Yes.
Mr. Coburn.
Abstain.
Ms. Epke.
No.
Mr. Hagan.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira.
No.
Ms. Hogarth.
She's out.
Oh, Mr. Valenti.
No.
Mr. Longstreth,
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman,
I vote no.
Mr. Nana,
Yes.
Mr. Nikela,
I vote aye.
Mr. Is it Mr. Phillips or Mr. Buffman voting?
Well, if Mr. Phillips isn't voting, I'm voting no.
Mr. Routsep,
No.
Ms. Sarwark,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Went,
No.
Mr. Molman, it is 8 noes, 7 yes, 1 abstention.
I am going to vote no.
Okay, so it's 9-7-1. The noes win.
Okay. So we are back to the main motion. It was not amended this time. And so unless there's a motion to extend time, we're going to go to a vote on the entire motion. And not hearing such a motion.
I move to extend time by 5 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion to extend time by 5 minutes.
I would object to that, so.
Okay, Mr. Nana objects. Is there a second to the move to extend time?
Who moved?
Okay, there is a second. So Mr. Buffman has moved it and Ms. Harless has seconded. We have to do a dang roll call on a 5-minute extension. All right, well, let's do the roll call. Ms. Harless, please call it.
Just give me 1 second to duplicate the template.
Mr. Chair,
Mi-
Stephen, could we do a show of hands in lieu?
They're not
Unfortunately, they're not working for everyone.
Gotcha.
I would love to, believe me.
Ms. Bilyeu?
This is to extend time
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
for 5 minutes, yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Mr. Valenti?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Nikela?
My apologies. Aye.
Mr. Buffman?
Yes.
Mr. Routsep?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Wen?
No.
It is 11 yeses, 5 nos.
I'll vote yes. I always vote yes for those.
Okay?
All right.
12-5.
All right. So I had in the queue, Mr. Longstreth was first up to speak on the main motion. Mr. Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge passing this as a policy. I understand the concerns about a loophole, but I think that Mr. Ferreira nailed it. That if an LNC decided to try to overrule this in some way and go beyond, seek means to do it through policy manual amendment, it would send a very clear message. I personally, since getting on the LNC 2 years ago, have been pushing that we as libertarians are an organization that believes in balanced budget and personal responsibility and taking care of our own house when it comes to our finances. There were people last term that debated that and said that we were not that organization. By passing this policy manual amendment, it sends a clear message that we as a governing body believe that we should have a balanced budget and that we should work with our donors and with our constituents to prioritize the best things first, and that we need to be smart about it, and that we are not going to spend above our means and gamble with the finances of our donors. I highly, highly urge that we pass this. I am glad that it has been introduced. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Ms. Bilyeu.
I actually have two questions. I asked for clarification from the maker of this motion.
Okay.
One is, can the maker of the motion clarify whether or not, if only one of these conditions is met, does this still come into play? In other words, if a motion to increase spending is proposed and it does not specify the use of the unobligated revenue, but it does, if it meets one criteria, is this still in play? I guess is my question. Or it has to do neither of these things in order for it to be enacted. The second question is, why is it written this way so that it is this, the standard is that it's out of order as opposed to just requiring a 2/3 vote to pass on this particular type of situation?
All right. Mr. Bishop Henchman, would you like to answer those?
Sure. On the first point of whether it's there's a use of an or in there, so either of those can satisfy it and avoid the point of order.
Okay.
So if, and frankly, you know, maybe this is implied in there, but a combination. So if you come to the table with like eliminating a $2,000 program and an $8,000 pledge, and you want to spend $10,000, I would interpret that as being in order and not violating this. But you know, that's how I read it. And then the second question was, why was it written this way? This is the way we wrote it. This allows, you know, it to not go further than the introduction, rather than, I think the way you described it would, I mean, we could debate it and then it fail, rather than putting the onus on the maker of the motion to perfect it before debate happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Billiou and Mr. Bishop Henchman. Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in the queue that wants to speak to the main motion?
No.
Okay, cool. So if there's no one else that wishes to speak to this, then we will move to a vote. And I'm not hearing anybody. You're not seeing anybody raise hands?
Ms. Billiou still has her hand, but I believe that's legacy.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's move to a vote.
Ms. Billiou?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Mr. Valenti?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Molman?
I think it's supposed to be Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Excuse me, Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Nana?
Aye.
Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. Buffman?
Yes.
Mr. Routsep?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Wendt?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's 16 to 0 to 0.
I will also vote yes.
17-0-0.
All right. Thank you all. All right. And then one more item before I give the gavel back to the chair.
One second.
Yes,
I just,
sorry.
This is Susan Hogarth. I'm checking back in for Region 5. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. The next item, item G on the agenda, is authorizing joint national state party memberships, sponsored by Mr. Bishop Henchman. Mr. Bishop Henchman, if you'd like, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I've had the pleasure of talking with, so I do call time regularly and speak with all of our new life members, all of our large donors, and a sampling of our lower dollar donors. And I do have to say there is general confusion over our separate national and state membership. You know, we all understand that we're separate, we're a decentralized organization, and that these are separate entities, and national does not control the states and vice versa. but we make it really hard. And so there's a lot of people who are national members and not state members, and a lot of people who are state members and not national members. Now, granted, some of them do that in deliberate choice. There are some people who want to support what national is doing and not necessarily their state, or want to support what their state is doing and not necessarily national. But in the vast majority of cases, I think it's just confusion. And I've encountered people who think they're members of their state party by giving the national, or vice versa. We have previously tried to address this problem through a program called the Unified Membership Plan, which was in existence from the 1990s until about 2005. And there were a lot of moving parts to it, but generally that involved national remitting $12 from every $25 membership to state affiliates. That program ended, and I feel like everyone I've talked to about why that program ended gives a different reason for why that program ended. So at the risk of mischaracterization, there are a lot of concerns that were brought up with how that program functioned. States had to be FEC filers to participate legally, given some changes that occurred following the McCain-Feingold Act, and a lot of states were not willing to do that. We were paying out large dollar amounts to state affiliates, whether they were perceived as strong active affiliates or weak inactive affiliates, and some people considered that a poor use of money. Remittances were occasionally held hostage due to delays or political disputes between national and states. States had no choice to participate. It was required to participate. There were some data sharing incompatibility issues and so forth, on and on and on. So that program ended in 2005, and it's worth noting, and I don't think it's a coincidence, that our total membership totals have never recovered the amounts to the totals that we had prior to that, when that program was in existence. What I've proposed, and that's in front of you, attempts to address those common critiques and produce a voluntary program that's entered into only at the initiative of each state affiliate and with the approval of the LNC Executive Committee. It would collect a minimum dues amount, that is the $25 national level, and then whatever amount the state wants to set in accordance with their rules. And that ensures that there's no sudden cutting of revenues in half by either national or state. The proposal requires that the agreement specify remittance procedures in a legally binding manner. So if anybody at national decides they don't like a particular state, that doesn't mean that we're holding their payments hostage, or vice versa. This allows for either national or state to collect the amounts and remit to the other party, and allows national to do the same in reverse. There are state affiliates who do this now. And I mentioned earlier, Colorado and Indiana and DC, and probably others, you have the option of paying your national dues when you pay your state dues, and the state forwards them along to national. And this would allow us to be, passing this would allow us to be a good partner and do the same in reciprocal fashion. And this proposal also directs that a fail-safe training, communication, and mutual aid program be set up for FEC filing. And this is intended to reassure states that are hesitant of their ability to sustain FEC compliance over the long term. So I view this as a step in an important direction of finding a way to make us, to reduce the obstacles we put in front of people that want to get involved in national and state parties, and allow it to be flexible enough to vary state to state depending on the conditions that are faced. It's also important to me that if a state party prefers the status quo and doesn't want to be involved in anything like this, that they're able to do so, and this proposal does that. So with that, I will move the adoption of the proposal as circulated.
All right, Mr. Bishop-Henchman has moved the adoption of the proposal. Is there a second?
Seconded, Nicola.
All right, Stephen Nicola, thank you. Second. We go into discussion. Ms. Carlos, is there anyone in the queue?
One moment, I'm having trouble finding that proposal. It's not in the OneNote, and I'm looking for it.
My hand is up.
Okay.
Mr. Bishop-Henchman, can you re-forward me that email?
Sure, I'll do that right now. I'll forward it to the full list, so it'll be at the top of the
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Harless, do you have the queue there?
Yeah, I'm not in that screen because I'm doing, it is, I don't know what order everyone was in, but it's
shoot.
Ms.
Okay.
Bilyeu, Mr. Raudsep, Mr. Nikala, Mr. Phillips,
Hold on.
and
Wow,
Ms.
that's-
Hogarth.
All right. Well, Ms. Hogarth, I heard pipe up right away, so I'm going to recognize Ms. Hogarth first.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, are we debate or can we ask questions of the mover?
Either one.
So I have just a couple of questions from my state. The main one that came up is if a state goes into a program like this, but it has members who are uninterested in contributing either to the national party or the state party for one reason or another, can that be accommodated in such a program? And then the other was how, and I'm not sure how this is done at the national level, how are pledges handled? So say someone's pledging $5 a month, how can the accounting handle that? I think that's probably just an accounting problem, but.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Sure. On the first question of whether this would be the exclusive way in which you can donate to the party, to either the national or the state party, that's not the intent of it. I don't even think that this even says that's what this does. It's meant to provide an additional way. Now, the national party, we give lots of different ways for people to give. So this would be an additional one that would be made available. For the state party, that would be up to them to decide whether this is the only way they want people to give or if they have different ways, but it's not meant to be exclusive. On the second question, which I'm trying to remember what it was, I'm sorry. On pledges. That's a very good question. That can be a matter for specifying in the agreement. I'm guessing probably how it would work is a pro rata percentage on a monthly level for the annual membership. So for instance, if the national party has a $25 minimum and a state party has a $35 minimum and the total is $60, that it'd be divided out at $5 a month and the proceeds divided according to that ratio. But ultimately, that'll be up to the executive committee and the state to work out that agreement as this is envisioned.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henchman. Ms. Hogarth, did that answer your questions?
It did those. I may come back with a few more, but I think those are the main ones. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. And then Ms. Harless, I caught that Ms. Bilyeu, when you read off, was basically the next one in line. So I'm going to recognize Ms. Bilyeu, but I'll need the additional people in queue after that.
Okay.
So Ms. Bilyeu.
Okay, a couple questions here. Are we to understand that each agreement with each of the different affiliates can look different? It is in theory going to be different based on how they want to handle it on their end? Or are you guys going to be developing a standard one and the affiliates either choose to agree to it or not? That's my first question. Kind of along the lines of the question asked about pledges, how that would be divvied up. Mine is, what if someone wanted to give the minimum for one entity and a higher level donation to the other entity? How is that going to be accounted for? And would it just be at the affiliate level where they decide based on their accounting process for that? I think the reason that I want to make sure that these agreements can be different is because there will be states that want to make sure their members have the choice to not do this, that there's still a minimum just to give to the state and not give anything to national. And then also, are we to understand now that FEC filing would be required for any affiliate that participates in this? Those are my questions.
Mr. Molman, if I could. On the first question of the standard or whether the agreements can look different, unless we're willing to mandate $1 amount of dues for all state affiliates, the agreements necessarily will have to look different. And I don't think we're willing to do that. And we shouldn't, because states are all different on that. What I could see happening is developing a standard agreement that is then the terms are then modified, such as that term, and they can be changed as the discussion continues in different states. On the question of the additional donation, that's a good one, and a standard agreement should include that as a feature of it that we address, because ultimately we want to make this as seamless as possible for the user, for the donor, for the member. And if it results in a little bit more complexity on our end, we just got to figure out what is tolerable and what we can handle. I feel like I've missed a third part of the question. I forget. I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you confirm that FEC filing will be required of the affiliates if they decide to participate in this?
Yes. Unfortunately, it would be transfers from the national party to the state party would require that.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Harlos, can you read to me the additional hands besides Ms. Hogarth and Ms. Billiam?
There was Mr. Routza, Mr. Nikela, myself, and then from the gallery, Mr. Thrasher.
All right. All right. Mr. Routza.
First of all, I would like to rise in support of this. I see this as a great opportunity for a unifying of membership, not only at the national and state level, but just increasing the overall potential of membership across all levels. The only question that I have is, are there any states that have indicated that they have no interest in becoming an FEC filing state?
Mr. Bishop-Henchman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Routsep, could you repeat that?
Is there any state that has indicated that they refuse to become an FEC filing state?
There are a number of states that are not FEC filers. As for the intent behind that, I couldn't speak to that, but there are lots of state affiliates that are not FEC filers.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Routza?
It does. Thank you.
All right. Next up then, Mr. Nikela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take off my LNC hat and put on my LPF chairman hat. I love the idea because, as Joe Bishop-Henchman mentioned, a lot of donors are very confused by the idea that I signed up for national or I donated to national. How am I not a Libertarian Party of Florida member? So I think this would help address this issue. Florida, by law, we actually cannot require, only for minor parties, mind you, we cannot require any kind of membership fee, which is fine. However, we do accept donations, and we would certainly be interested in having some kind of shared donation program. And also, one very important piece to us is when members go to sign up to donate or to become a member, of course, sign a non-aggression pledge, which we do at national, but we also get their information to sign up to our mailing list. So I would like to see, as a part of this program, we do get the, there is a shared mailing list that we can onboard to make sure that we can get that information, and, you know, they authorize us to add them to our list. We do have segregated accounts for federal funds as well as state funds. I would like to hear back on if and when we receive funds from national to our federal funds account, can we transfer those funds to our state funds account and use them for state purposes? The reason why those funds are segregated is because we file with the state on state funds and we file with the FEC on matters of federal election activity. So we would like to make sure we stay in line with FEC and DOE compliance while still, of course, reporting the activity. So my understanding is, as long as those accounts are segregated, you know, I'd like to know maybe another conversation. There's probably other conversation down the road, but there's going to be some compliance questions there. So my understanding too is that this will be not a one-size-fits-all standard contract. This will be somewhat between different states. Is that correct?
Mr. Bishop-Henchman?
Yes, I think it'll differ between different states, and I think we'll develop a standard agreement, but, you know, ultimately we need something. This will be the product of negotiation between the executive committee and each state affiliate.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Next, I have Ms. Harlos.
Yeah, just one point, and then also a clarification with Colorado would be a lot like Florida. It isn't a membership thing that we've been doing with National. We don't have dues. In Colorado, to be a member, you just have to be a registered libertarian. So you got to be really careful that with Florida and Colorado, that it's not billed as membership in those states. It's a donation to those states because we have totally different membership requirements. But also with this, I could be completely confused about what was done in the past, but it was my understanding under the old program that it wasn't just the state membership fees that they got. They actually got a percentage of the national membership fee. And that was what the hubbub was about, where some people called that welfare to the affiliates, which no one would have called it if it was just their own membership fees. So that's not a part of this. So this really isn't a revival of the UMP. This is just a convenience thing. Am I understanding correctly?
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Son of UMP, I might characterize it. So you do correctly point out the prior program was basically National turning over 12 of the $25 it collected to the state affiliate. This instead is a sum amount of the minimum amounts of national and state. So for instance, in DC, that would be $60 because our minimums are $35 for the DC party and then $25 for national. You know, how much that looks like the prior program is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. How I would characterize it is trying to achieve the same goals as the unified membership program previously tried to achieve, but addressing the deficiencies that have been identified.
I'm sorry, I got a bit confused. So the respective dues go to the separate groups,
yes,
right? Okay,
yes.
because for the way you said it there for a second sounded like the states get the entirety of the national.
No, they'd be divided out. And so, you know, you asked whether this is primarily meant to be a convenience thing. I think so, but also reducing that, you know, the industry term is breakage of, you know, every opportunity you have to lose a customer. So right now you have to do 2 things, and in some places 3 things if you want to be a member of a county party, for instance, and reducing that down to 1. You do raise a good question on the states that don't use the term dues. So you know, I'm not in the queue right now, I'm answering a question, but maybe the phrase membership dues in the 3rd line should be struck and replaced by donation, just to make clear we're talking about a basic donation rather than basic membership dues.
Or you could put an or, because some people might want it to be membership. I see in chat that Arizona is another one that doesn't have dues, just registration.
Okay. Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in the queue other than Mr. Thrasher? Any LNC members?
Yes.
Okay. I
wait,
apologize,
hold
Mr.
on.
Thrasher. Okay.
No, yes, there's Mr. Wen, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Lucchini, Ms. Adams, Mr. Thrasher, Ms. Robson,
Holy cow.
Mr.
Okay.
Benner.
Oh, hold on one moment. Hold on. We are about
Okay, gotcha.
we have 2 minutes left on this item. So I can call on Mr. Wendt, and then we're going to run out of time. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we're going to run out of time in case somebody wants to do something about that. So I'm going to call on Mr. Wendt.
All right. So what I want to go ahead and do is I think this is really where we need to go, and the specifics of how the executive committee, like I said, that's why the executive committee is there. It can run these kind of intricacies out. This is something that as the chair said, cut the confusion. We really need to support this. I am in support, and with that, I move to extend time for 5 minutes to accommodate the speakers.
Mr. Wendt, may I suggest 10? Because there's at least 5 people in the queue.
Yeah, I will move to extend for 10.
Okay, there's a motion to extend by 10 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Phillips. Unfortunately, we have to do a roll call to extend by 10, which is why we should also
Unless
not do it
there's
by
no
5.
objection.
Oh, that's true. That is a very good point. Is there any objection to extending by 10 minutes? I am not hearing any objection. Okay, cool, perfect. And then I believe I have the next LNC member that I have in line here is Mr. Ferreira.
All right, I'll make this extremely quick. I'm an LP member for many, many reasons, but nothing invigorates my hatred for regulation more than talking about campaign finance law. This discussion has definitely done that. But really what I wanted to say is that California is 100% in favor of this and look forward to negotiating our contract with National and getting this thing started.
Thank you, Mr. Ferreira. Mr. Phillips.
Many times I have spoken of a program just like this for years. I am uncertain, though, that this one is fleshed out enough for us to vote on at this point. I think Ms. LaBille put it in the chat, and I kind of agree with her that maybe at this point the motion postpone until the next meeting and get a more fully fleshed out answer to things. A lot of these questions we're getting, or the answers are vague, and I'm not saying that in an insulting way, just that the answers aren't there. And I think that maybe we need those answers to be there before we vote on this one way or the other. And so I would move to postpone this until
All right, Mr. Phillips has made a move to postpone. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Harlow seconds. I'm going to ask this, but I know the answer. Is there any objection to postponing?
Object.
Objection.
I knew that was going to happen. So, Ms. Harlow, we're going to need to vote on a motion to postpone. If I remember correctly, this is the majority. Is that correct?
1 second, because I also think postpone definitely is debatable.
Oh.
I'm
Okay.
got to double
Apologies.
check that.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
I always forget on these, and we just did a cultivar ONR on it, and I already forgot.
Mr. Brown and his iPhone are on the call.
Postpone to a certain time. It is debatable, but it must be confined to its merits only and cannot go into the main question except as necessary for the debate of the immediately pending question.
So,
And it
Ms.
is
Harlow,
amendable.
Ms. Harlow, if I remember right, a motion to postpone versus a motion to postpone to a certain time have two different thresholds or two different ways they're handled. And it sounds, if I remember correctly, motion to postpone is debatable and requires a majority vote. Okay. I'm going to listen to the parliamentarian hiding out in the chat. Is what I'm going to go with. So, okay, perfect. So this is debatable. We have a little bit of time left. So there's been a motion and a second to postpone. The floor is now open to debate on the postpone. And since the motion was made by Mr. Phillips, what you said immediately before, would that be considered you're speaking in favor of postponing, Mr. Phillips?
Correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask, just for the expediency, is there anyone who wants to speak against postponement right first? And Ms. Harlow, actually, there's no good way to do that, is there? Not on a call.
No.
Shoot. All right. What's the
I
speaker
want to
queue
speak
look
in
like?
favor.
Okay. What's the queue look like?
I don't know who's there for the main motion.
Okay, let me do this. Let me ask that. So I had Phillips, then Thrasher, then Robson in my queue that I had written down. Are there additional hands? Let's do this.
Yes.
Let's clear the queue because that's the only way we're going to be able to sort this out. If you are not speaking on the motion to postpone, please lower your hand, and we'll. And so that's the best I can do.
Okay, lowering my hand is real different than somebody else doing it for me.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Harlow, where are we at now in the queue? I apologize.
Sure. No, it's no
Everybody
problem. Myself, Mr. Lucchini, Mr. Bowen, Ms. Adams.
Okay. Of those three, besides yourself, Ms.
Four.
Harless, because I know where you're at. Of the
Okay.
other three, who wants to speak against postponement? If anyone would like to chime in, please
I'd
do
like to
so.
speak against postponement.
Mr.
Okay,
Lucchini
I
does.
will recognize Mr. Lucchini first, please.
Okay, look, I think we're getting too bogged down in the details of this. Each individual state's going to negotiate their own setup, and there's technical details that are to be worked out. We have a special election coming up here. We have a lot of people who are joining our party. Our membership has doubled since December. I would love to capture these people for national. We have no convenient way of doing that. I think delaying this is unnecessary because I believe and I trust staff to work out appropriate technical and financial details with each of the individual states. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucchini. I guess I'll recognize Ms. Harlos. You're speaking against, correct?
No, I'm speaking in favor.
I'm
of
sorry, you're
postponing.
speaking in favor of postponement. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, this isn't merely technical details. This needs to be postponed because as it is currently worded, it is absolutely unworkable for states that do not have membership dues. It needs to be amended in order to accommodate those states such as Colorado, Florida, and Arizona. Staff has no authority to change the wording of what the policy manual says, and the policy manual only talks about membership and says it counts as membership. Unworkable for Colorado, Florida, and Arizona.
All right, thank you, Ms. Harlos. Is there?
And Illinois, just so you know.
Okay, there was someone. There were two more people in
And
the
Nebraska.
queue. All right, Ms. Harlos, there were two more people in the queue.
Yes.
And I forget who they were. I apologize.
Mr. Bowen, Ms. Adams, Mr. Went, Mr. Longstreth.
Went Longstreth. Okay. Of those four, is there someone that wants to speak against postponement? Mr. Bowen, are you for or against postponement?
I'm for postponement.
All right, Mr. Who did I write here? Somebody that begins with an A.
Yeah, me.
Adams.
So sorry, Adams. Yes, sorry, that was scribbling. Ms. Adams, are you for or against?
For.
All right, Mr. Went, for or against?
Against.
All right, Mr. Went, you're recognized.
All right, so I move to extend time on this, which we're eating up right now. I will move to extend it for another 15 minutes. If I would have, I was playing nice and I didn't want to try and do a double motion and compound it together. I was trying to play by the rules. My next decision was going to be exactly what Mr. Joe Bishop Henchman said, was to change the wording to align to donors, not say membership, but say donors or donations. We can do that right here. We can fix it right here. We don't need to postpone. Let's just do it.
Okay. So, Mr. Went, did I just hear that you made a motion to extend time? And I'm going to ask, when we start getting 6 layers deep into motions, if that's what you're asking for, I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to tell me that that's in order or not.
Unfortunately, we're talking about a motion to table right now. So, I mean, is a motion to extend time for 15 minutes in order?
Not until we're out of time.
Okay. Then, Mr. Went, you are making a motion to extend time by 15 minutes. Is that correct?
If we're out of time,
'cause
it's in order.
Unless we're out of time. That's the whole point.
We have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
All right.
So, well, I will make that motion. You can rule it out of order if you so choose.
No, it is not in order yet. Okay, good deal. That's all I need to know. All right, so Mr. Bowen, you spoke, or Mr. Went, you spoke against. Mr. Bowen, you were next in queue for speaking in favor of postponing. Mr. Bowen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to withdraw my comments right now because I actually think my comments will be more on the original motion. Suffice to say, I am in favor of postponing.
All right, Ms. Adams.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in favor of postponing, and here's why. I am quickly tiring of seeing action items brought before this committee that are not fully developed, not fully fleshed out, not properly worded, not put into a motion, and then we end up workshopping them in this meeting. Let's do the workshop work in the time that we're meant to do it between meetings. Let's get it right, bring it back to the board when it's right, and then have the vote. What we continue to do is we end up getting 10 and 12 and 15 amendments deep on this crap because we're not doing the work ahead of time. This is not ready. It's not going to work for a whole bunch of our states. Let's pull it off the table. Let's take a minute to workshop it. Let's get it right, and then let's institute it. Absolutely, I would like to see a program like this, but I'm tired of the half-ass measures.
All right. And with that, we are out of time now. So
Move to extend by 5 minutes.
Mr. Longstreth moves to extend by 5 minutes. Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. And who is the second? Was that Buffman?
It was.
Okay, thank you. All right. Motion to extend by 5 minutes by Mr. Longstreth, seconded by Mr. Buffman. Is there objection to extending for 5 minutes? I am not hearing objection. The next speaker in the queue was Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Longstreth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am against this amendment to this proposal to postpone. And the reason why is because we can pass this as a policy manual amendment tonight. We can later amend the language in the policy manual. It only takes a simple majority. We can nail it down later. But if we pass it tonight, we can immediately start helping other states. We can start helping our states move forward with this, with the intention to perfect language to bring in the other states, realizing that there are gaps in this policy. But I want to move forward. Why postpone a good thing that we can start now in favor of perfected language? Let's pass it now, get it started, perfect the language, and pass an email ballot in the next week or two. There is no reason to put this off right now. We do not need to perfect. So please, I urge you, vote against postponement. Let's settle this question for these states tonight and continue to work on this outside of this after this meeting.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Ms. Harless, who is in the queue after Mr. Longstreth? Are there more people in the queue?
Mr. Ferreira, and then from the gallery, Mr. Britt.
Okay. Then I will recognize Mr. Ferreira.
You know what? You can take me out. Mr. Longstreth made my point almost exactly. Let's get this in for the people that it works for right now.
All right. And then Ms. Harless, I apologize. I missed the last name on the person from the gallery.
Zach Britt.
Britt, without objection, Mr. Britt.
Yes. So I am the secretary of the Mississippi Libertarian Party, and we just got our exec board in, and the previous executive committee was just kind of MIA and didn't really do anything. And so we didn't really have a system to join the party properly in place. And right now we're in the process of getting that put in place. And it would really be helpful to know tonight, as we're getting the process going, whether or not this system will be put in place or not. The language that's being described sounds good, works for Mississippi. Vote against postponement.
All right, Ms. Harless, is there anyone else in the queue?
Mr. McMahon from the gallery.
And Mr.
Mr. Bishop
I have my hand up.
Henchman.
Oh, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Thank you. I do take exception to the claim that this is a half-assed proposal and that it wasn't prepared. It was duly noticed. I've gotten a number of questions on it and attempted to address all of them. I think the addition of the language "or donation," which has been suggested, solves the problem. I come from an affiliate, the DC Libertarian Party, where membership is defined as all registered libertarians in the District of Columbia. Adding the phrase "or donation" fixes the problem for us. It would fix the problem for most of the states that have been mentioned here. And if there are states that have, unique issues that need to be addressed, that's not going to be written into the policy manual amendment. That's going to be sorted out on a contract by contract basis. And if we wait until we have all 51 affiliates ready to go, I'll be honest, that's not going to happen. There are states that are not going to want to participate for the same reason that not every state wants to have a regional representative. There are states that are not going to want to be FEC filers, no matter how seamless we make filing help be. And it's ultimately a question of whether we want to keep kicking the ball on this or get started with those states that are ready to participate. So I urge you to oppose postponement.
Okay. Mr. McMahon, there's about 30 seconds left in this item.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. We started this program in Indiana
without the go ahead from the national party, we sent everything up. Right now, that costs us $60 in processing fees. We would like to have this program so that we're not eating that entire processing fee and sending $25 from national from our $60 contributions that we receive for our triple membership program. So I would urge you, don't let perfection be the killer of good. Pass this now, support the affiliates that can use it immediately, and fix it as it needs to be fixed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McMahon. We are out of time. And barring a motion to extend time further, we will
Move to
go
extend 5 for the purpose of the amendment we discussed.
Okay.
The amendment's not in order until the motion to postpone is heard.
Yeah, and that is correct. We are on the motion to postpone as the current order of business.
Which is, I'm not moving for the amendment. I'm moving to extend time so that we can get to the amendment.
Got it. Okay.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The motion to postpone definitely is to what? To when? To the April meeting, June meeting?
It was to the April meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for asking that, because I did not know that. I missed that detail as well. Okay. So the motion is to postpone this item to the April meeting. I believe that to do this in order, we need to dispense with the motion to postpone. Then we will be back to the main motion. If the motion to postpone fails, we'll be back to the main motion at which time it will be in order to extend time on the main motion. Anybody disagree with that? Okay, good. All right, so Madam Secretary, since there's no good way to do this, and I know that it's not going to be 100% one way or the other, let's call the roll on the motion to postpone.
Certainly. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
No.
Ms. Epke?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
No.
I am going to vote yes. Mr. Ferrera?
No.
Mr. Valenti?
That's me now, Susan.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Hogarth.
That's okay. No.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
No.
Mr. Nana? Mr. Nana? I will come back. Mr. Nikela?
Aye.
Mr. Buffman?
No.
Mr. Routsep?
No.
Ms. Sarwark?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Went?
No.
Mr. Nana?
Ms. Secretary, in his absence, I will vote no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, it is 4 yes, 12 no.
Okay, I'm not going to vote on that because it's just a procedural. So we go now back to the main motion. That the motion to postpone has failed. We're back at the main motion and we are out of time.
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
Mr. Went moves to extend by 10 minutes. And was that Ms. Adams I heard, I believe, the second?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Motion to extend and second. Ms. Harlos, boy, now that we're back here, I'm looking to see where we were. Before we went to the motion to postpone, Mr. Thrasher and Ms. Robson were in the queue. Are there any LNC members in the queue at this time?
Mr. Ferrera?
Okay. I will recognize Mr. Ferrera.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Went made the motion to extend in order to make a motion to amend. So it should give you the queue.
Oh, I am so sorry. Well, he made just a motion to extend time, but yeah.
I'm going to be making the same amendment that I believe Mr. Went was making. So
okay,
whoever wants to make it, I'm fine with it.
It was not made as a combined motion. It was just a motion to extend time. So that's why I went with continuing the queue. So Mr. Ferrera, go ahead.
I would like to amend the current motion to add the word "or donations" after membership dues.
Okay, there is a motion to amend.
Second.
There is a second. Was that Ms. Adams again?
That doesn't, point of inquiry,
Go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
it doesn't make sense there. If you could read the way you would like it to read, because what you just added is nonsensical.
Okay. You know what? Let me withdraw my motion and let someone else who's not nonsensical make it.
I didn't mean that as an insult. It just, do you see what I mean? I'm sorry.
Okay. I believe there's an intent to amend. And if someone would like to make the motion to amend, anybody?
I can make the motion if there is no other in there.
Well, I think we were, the whole point of extending was to get there. So somebody
Right.
please make a motion that works.
So I think we're in the first sentence after the first phrase where it says whereby the annual payment or donation. I think the or donation can work there.
Sorry, this is Joe. I think it's in the third line after membership dues or donations, so that it reads of an amount that equals or exceeds the basic membership dues or donations amounts of both parties.
Is there a basic donation amount?
Apparently some states have that. That's what we're hearing. That they don't have dues amounts, but they do have basic donation amounts. And if a state wants to designate a basic donation amount for purposes of this agreement, that's what it would reflect.
Or maybe contracted donation?
All right. We're getting a little loose here. So is that the motion? What is the motion that someone, and who is making it?
I will make the motion as is listed, basic membership dues or donations, donation amount.
Yeah.
Insert that, which is highlighted on the secretary's screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a highlighting in there.
Second from Bishop Henchman.
All right. The motion has been made by Mr. Wendt and seconded by Mr. Bishop Henchman. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
How is that different than mine?
I still don't think it makes sense, but okay, that's how I would like to speak. Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, let's, yeah. All right, so Ms. Harlos, I know you wish to speak. Are there any other LNC members as well in the queue? And do you have a sense of what order they came in?
I'm not on that screen because when I'm doing screen sharing, I don't see that screen.
Okay. Well, let me do this. Let me start with Mr. Wendt. He made the motion to amend. Mr. Wendt, would you like to speak to your motion?
Certainly, I'll speak to the motion. This is the fix. We are going to be going through the policy and procedures manual to fine tune it to do this. The intent is pretty obvious of what we're trying to do. We've rehashed this plenty of times. If the issue that we're running into is verbiage in a policy manual, like you're stopping progress because of 2 words. Like, we should not be in the habit of doing this. Just let's amend this. Let's move on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wendt. Is there any, Ms. Harlos, I assume, what's the queue look like? I know you're going to speak again.
I'm sharing and I can't see the queue
Mr.
when
Chair,
I'm
my
sharing.
hand is up. John Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, are you wanting to speak against?
No, I'm actually wanting to speak in favor.
Okay, you want to speak in favor. Ms. Harlos, are you wanting to speak against the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, Phillips and Hagan are up. I'm so, okay. All right. Let me write down the queue here so we can get everything nice and orderly.
Moment, I can't raise my hand, but if you could add me to the queue also.
I will do so. Thank you. Okay. We've heard from someone in favor. What I'd like to do here is hear from someone against next, if possible. I know Ms. Harlow is against, I believe, actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know where Ms. Harlow is on that.
Yes, I said I was.
Okay, you are against the amendment, okay. And do you have a list of the others, any others in the queue?
I do not, because I'm sharing my screen and I can't see the
Wow.
queue when I'm sharing my screen.
Oh my gosh, it's awful. Is there anyone else, a member of staff? Is there anybody else who's able to see?
I can see the queue, Mr. Mullen.
Oh, thank you, TJ. Mr. Ferrer, so who is in the queue?
Okay, do you want me to go LNC first?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I believe you already have Ms. Harlos and Mr. Bishop Fishman, and then Mr. Phillips and Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. All right. We'll see where we get after that. All right, Ms. Harlos.
Okay, everyone wants this in theory. Like once the language is perfected, it's going to be 17-0. But I don't subscribe to the pass something we know is half-assed and say we're going to fix it later when it can be fixed over the next few days. It isn't like our house is burning down. We could fix this over email ballot. Basic donation amount is nonsensical. So now you're asking these other states to set something called the basic donation amount. I could just imagine what confusion that's going to cause on all of these state committees that are then going to have a meeting and they're going to argue about what that means. I think we could word it so that there isn't this weird nonsensical term. I want to pass something that's right, not pass something half-assed to fix it later. It doesn't make any sense to me when we can do this over the next few days and there isn't an emergency.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Harlos. Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Yes, I don't think there's anything nonsensical about it. It's very clear to me what we learned in this discussion, and something that a lot of us are very aware of, being from different state affiliates, is not all affiliates charge a minimum membership dues amount for membership as the national party does. And so there was the feedback of, let's make sure that we can accommodate that. And I mean, I thought it was already implicitly included, but we've added the amendment to make it clear that if a state doesn't, either by practice or by law of the state, that they're unable to charge a dues amount for membership, that they can instead designate a a donation amount, a basic donation amount. And I include my own affiliate in this, where membership is open. If you're a registered Libertarian voter in the District of Columbia, you're a member of the DC Libertarian Party. But we also have a donation level membership above that where you get additional benefits. So we're accommodating that. And so the objection was raised that we weren't explicit about it. Now we're explicit about it. And now the argument is that it's nonsensical. So I'm really at a loss of what the solution here is. And I understand what this means. I think a majority of the committee understands what this means. I think a majority of our affiliates will understand what this means. And, as to the argument that states are going to have meetings to figure out what they want to ask for in the agreements, I think that's going to happen anyways. And I think most states are going to be eager to have those meetings and figure out how to participate quickly. So I don't think, sending this to the email list is a solution. I don't think postponing this to April is a solution. I think we've solved this issue. And, if we want to add more words to really be explicit, what I think is already explicit, we can do that. But I think people are coming up with problems that don't exist to try to not do this.
Okay. All right, we're running short on time again here. But what I was told was the list, and I see the chat, and I'm blind, so I'm going off what I've got. I believe next up is either Mr. Phillips or Mr. Hagan in that priority. Mr. Phillips, are you wanting to speak against the motion to amend?
No, actually, I was wanting to call the question.
Oh, that is in order, and that is there. So Mr. Phillips has called the question. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second.
Okay, that was multiple seconds, and I missed who did it first. I got Hagan second. Wait, who seconded that? I'm sorry.
It was Nikayla, but doesn't.
Nikayla. That's right. Nope, Nikayla is second, and then Hagan jumped in. He thirded it, so that'll all work out. All right, there is a motion to call the question, and it has been seconded. Is there objection to calling the question?
Mr. Molman, is this on the amendment or the motion as a whole? I've lost track. I'm sorry.
Let's see. I believe because it wasn't a motion to call all questions, that this would just be a motion to call the question on the amendment.
Yeah.
So this is just on the amendment. And I did not hear any objection to calling the question. Let me ask if there's any objection to the amendment. I'm waiting to hear any, and I'm not hearing any. And so hearing no objection to the amendment, that will put us back to the main motion.
As amended.
As amended. Again. Wait, no, this is just amended one. Yes. Sorry, the other one was amended. Yes, we're back to the main motion as amended, and we are running very, very short on time. I have completely blown the speaker queue to pieces. Is there anyone else in the queue from the LNC that wants to speak on this motion, who, preferably someone who has not already spoken, I would give priority.
It's Tim Hagan. I still have my hand up.
Okay, Mr. Hagan, you have not spoken on this issue at all. So, and I think, did I hear Miss Adams in the background?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that Mr. Coburn has his hand up and he hasn't spoken either.
Okay, then what I'd like to do, I'd like to hear from Mr. Hagan and Coburn next, if that's okay with the body. Get some input from them. Mr. Hagan.
Actually, I was going to call the question. Unless we're almost out of time, if Coburn wants to speak.
Yeah, if you would not mind, Mr. Coburn, and let's let Mr. Coburn speak, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Coburn.
I'm just very, very brief. I'm in favor of this. I think it's extremely important to keep in mind that this is an opt-in program for states to participate in. So we're not forcing any states to start an annual membership due if they don't already have one. We're not forcing them to collect a certain donation or anything like that. This is opening up a new possibility for states. So I just want us to keep in mind when we move on to the vote that this is an opt-in program. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coburn. All right. I'm going to say we're out of time. I lost track of the time because of all the motions to extend, and I apologize to the committee, but I believe we're out of time. And unless there is another motion to extend, I think we're going to move to a vote. I'm not hearing a motion to extend, which I will thank you all for, and we will move to a vote. Ms. Harlows, please call the roll.
I'm sorry. Is this the vote on the amendment or the motion? Sorry.
I'm sorry. This is a vote on the motion itself as amended.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is it Ms. Bilyeu or Ms. Adams right now?
Ms. Adams?
Okay, Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Coburn?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
Yes.
Mr. Buffman?
Yes.
Mr. Routsev?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwark?
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
Pass.
I'm sorry?
I said pass.
Okay. Mr. Wen?
Yes.
Okay, it's back to you, Mr. Smith. It's 15-0-0.
All right, I'll vote yes. Sorry, I didn't see that you had it on the screen.
Yes, no problem. So, Mr. Chair, it is 16-0-0.
And I will also vote yes.
17-0-0.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe this concludes my time
As soon
your
as you
temporary
announce that the
chairman.
motion has been adopted.
Yes, thank you. The motion has been adopted. I believe that concludes my time as chair, which is good because I'm exhausted from a week of convention. So I am happily handing the gavel back to Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Thank you, Mr. Molman, and thank you for doing such a good job and keeping us going on that. I know those were not easy proposals, but I think they are very significant ones. So everyone's commended and all unanimous in the end. I think most of them. All right, we have lots more agenda items, and I did want to see if anybody wanted to move for a recess before we go diving into the next one. At least offer that opportunity. Mr. Coburn. Your hand's up. Nope. Okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Molman, I think.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to take a 5-minute break one way or the other. So I'd like to ask that we take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Molman moves for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Is there objection?
Objection. I'd like to move for 10.
Ms. Adams asked for 10. Mr. Molman, you good with 10?
He's already gone.
He's already taking his break, so I think he'll be good with 10. Is there any objection to 10 minutes? Seeing none, we are recessed until 7:45 Eastern.
Yes.
That's your coming on. It's like, Bubba, come here.
Hang on.
Come here, pal. Go this way. Okay. You love your brother.
Hello, man.
1 minute warning. And we are back. Pursuant to Mr. Nana's amendment to the agenda that was adopted unanimously, the next order of business is the filling of the committees. And as they're listed in the agenda, okay. As they're listed in the agenda, we have platform committee first, and then bylaws, and then credentials committee. But before we get going into that, I wanted to ask Ms. Harlos how we're going to do the voting tonight, just so I know that, and at least.
Certainly. I have OPA vote ballots set up, at least for all the applicants. I can easily add if there's any further nominations from the floor. And I would just need your direction on what the method of voting will be. I'm assuming approval, but I don't know. And clarification from those who have had their alternate switch in and out, who needs to get the ballots. But I'm ready to hit send.
Well, why don't we clarify that first on the alternates, just so we know, so you can set that up in advance. So
Yeah.
Go ahead, go down the list and check with
Oh,
people.
sure. 1 second. So is it Ms. Bilyeu or Ms. Adams that will
Yes.
get the ballot?
Whitney's back.
Okay.
Yes. That'll be me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Coburn, will it be you that will receive the ballot?
Yes.
Mr. Ferreira, will it be you?
Jeff said that he would give me the privilege of voting on these, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hogarth, will it be you?
Still, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nana?
Yes.
And I already spoke with Mr. Phillips, who said it would be Mr. Buffman. And Mr. Wen?
Yes, I'll get the ballot.
Okay, so the only one that is an alternate receiving a ballot is Mr. Buffman and Mr. Fiera. Pardon me.
Great, thank you. Let me pull up the bylaws because I'm going to read each section just so everybody knows what we're empowered by the delegates and the members to do.
Oh, I put that in the ballot already too.
Oh, good. Well, I could probably just go straight there then, but let's see. All right, first up is, where is it? Platform Committee, 749. All right, according to our bylaws, the Platform Committee, where is it? There shall be a Platform Committee. The Platform Committee consists of 20 members selected as follows. And there's a bunch of different options there. One is 1 member by each of the 5 affiliate parties having the greatest per capita sustaining membership. And then 2 is 1 member by each of the 10 affiliate parties having the largest sustaining memberships. And then 3, 5 members selected by the National Committee. And so what we're doing here is selecting those 5 members of the National Committee. And we got a lot of applications. I'm sure we all read through them. And so how we can proceed here is If anybody wants to make any further nominations, that would be in order of people who didn't apply but want to include on the ballot. And Ms. Harless, am I correct that you can accommodate that if that happens?
Yes, I can.
And then allowing people to speak either to their own nomination or to other people's nominations is also in order. So with that, I'll kind of throw it open for people to either make nominations of people who are not already. Let me do the first thing. And I move to nominate and include on the ballot all people who submitted an application.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Longstreth. Is there objection? All right, without objection, we have that. Nominations are still open, and then people can speak to any nominations, and we'll go down the queue. If anybody wants to speak to either their or somebody else's nominations, they can raise their hand. And with the committee's indulgence, that includes any members of the gallery. I'm not seeing any hands.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I had
Oh,
raised
sorry.
my hand. I had to do it visually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Ms.
okay.
Harless and then Mr. Longstreth. Ms. Harless.
All right, thank you. I would like to speak to my own nomination. Last year, as you know, we unfortunately, couldn't be helped. We didn't get to hear any of the proposals by the last committee. And I had been the chair of that committee, and I really would like the opportunity to speak for those proposals and be on this committee again, since I didn't have the opportunity to completely follow through last time. And in that respect, also, I saw on the applications was Curry Taylor, who also was on the last committee and also worked very hard. So I would hope that you would consider putting us both back in order to honor the service that we had already done to let us finish our task.
Thank you, Ms. Harless. The queue's open. Seeing no further speakers, I entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Longstreth. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Nana. Is there any objection? Without objection, nominations for platform committee are closed. Ms. Harless, are there any instructions you need to give people?
Well, is it going to be approval voting?
Our general practice has been approval voting, but if anybody wants to move to change that, now would be the time. Not seeing a motion, so Ms. Harless.
Okay, I can send out then the ballots.
Do people want to take a break to vote or continue on to the next committee?
Well, we amended the agenda to have 5-minute breaks between
that's
each
true.
of the.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break for that purpose. It's currently 7:53 Eastern, so we'll come back at 7:58 Eastern.
Okay, and you will have it in a few moments. I just got to make a payment to Opa Vote, and then you all will have it in your box.
Mr. Chairman, are we saying that we have 5 minutes to cast our ballots, or we have she is taking 5 minutes to get them out, and then we have until a certain time?
I think she has hit send, and that is a good question of how long people should have to fill out the ballots. And as the agenda was adopted, it added these 5-minute breaks, and I think that was for the purpose of counting the votes. But if you'd like to do something different, you can make that motion. And it is true that in the past we've kind of made this an overnight thing, so that's an option. But it's ultimately up to the committee to decide.
I'm not even seeing my ballot yet.
I haven't hit send yet because the chair hasn't given me
Well,
the
that
final.
explains it.
Okay.
I'm hovering over the button.
Ms.
Point of
Billiard,
information.
Did you want to make a motion?
I mean, I don't know what motion I want to make other than that 5 minutes is not enough time, obviously, for us to get these all turned back in. So I would prefer to have overnight to actually cast my
Mr.
ballot.
Chair, I would make a motion.
Okay, Mr. Phillips.
I would move that we allow 24 hours for the votes and that we eliminate the 5-minute breaks between them.
Second.
Mr. Phillips moves that this is for all 3 committees, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Phillips moves that for the selection of the platform bylaws and rules and credentials committees, that those be open for 24 hours and that the rules be suspended and the agenda amended to eliminate the 5-minute breaks between each of those items. And it was seconded by Ms. Hogarth. Is there objection?
I have a point of inquiry.
Is it an objection?
It might be if, I don't know what, I'm unclear on the motion.
Okay, go ahead, state your question.
Do you mean literally 24 hours or midnight tomorrow? I need to know.
Mr. Phillips, did you mean 24 hours or midnight tomorrow?
I meant whatever the secretary.
Midnight tomorrow.
What was that, Mr. Phillips?
My understanding is that it needs to be midnight tomorrow.
Okay, midnight tomorrow, Ms. Harless.
Okay, thank you.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that's what we'll do. All right. Since we eliminated the 5-minute breaks, Ms. Harless, you can go ahead and hit send, I guess.
Okay, and if everyone votes earlier, we'll have the results earlier, I guess, so.
Yeah. Next up is the selection of the members of the Bylaws and Rules Committee. And I'll read that relevant section of the bylaws. The bylaws and rule midnight Pacific, just to clarify, somebody asked. That's generally what we've done. So.
Okay, there's going to be a problem with that. OPA vote is set to my account and it defaults to Mountain, and I can't change that.
All right, so midnight Mountain for technical reasons. I'll try not to leave it till 2 a.m. tomorrow night. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bylaws Committee. The Bylaws and Rules Committee shall consist of 10 party members appointed by the National Committee. No more than 5 of these members shall be members of the National Committee. So ultimately, we can have 0 LNC members on this committee. We can have 5 LNC members on this committee. We can have 1, 2, 3, 4 LNC members on this committee. We cannot have 6 or more on this committee. And, you know, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. But, you know, I think unless anybody objects, if somebody, you know, if we elect 6 members in the top from the LNC, we'll just take the next non-LNC member below that. In order
And we do get alternates as well, so.
Yeah. And we can appoint alternates. Everybody loves alternates on these committees. All right. So with bylaws, I will start by moving the nomination of all of the individuals who submitted applications that were distributed to the committee.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Longstreth. Is there objection?
Actually,
Oh, there's no objection. There's no seconds or objection. So, right.
actually, I have an objection. I'm
Mr. Hayes.
contacted with Mr. Colburn. He says he got promoted and he does not have the time and has to be removed from consideration.
Okay. Why don't we add everybody and then we'll take him out. That'll probably be the cleanest way to do it. So there was no objection to nominating everybody who submitted an application. All right. And then Mr. Colborn of Nevada, David Colborn, has communicated that he would like to not be considered. So,
okay. Or consider that if it's easier to leave him on the ballot and just
vote for him. Don't vote for him. He's not going to accept. So
I deleted him from the ballot.
Okay, well, that makes it easy. All right. Happy to take further nominations or anybody who wishes to speak to their nomination or somebody else's nomination. Mr. Coburn.
Would it be appropriate to speak to my nomination and to one other individual?
Yes.
Okay. So just briefly for myself, I would greatly appreciate any support. I have experience working on creating the rules in New York when we became a ballot access party. I'm very passionate about this process, and I think I bring a lot of energy to the table. I would also like to briefly address the person that is before me in the application packet, Russ Clark. I've had the opportunity to work with him many times on campaigns. He's from Illinois. He works extremely hard. He is extremely smart. I think we should all give him consideration for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn. I have Mr. Wendt and then Mr. Molman. Mr. Wendt.
Yes, I want to speak on behalf of my own application. I did apply in for the 2020 bylaws committee. My background in bylaws and business in general is organizational structure, and that's lends very well into the bylaws. I worked on the bylaws for the Montana Libertarian Party. I created template bylaws for the counties of the Montana Libertarian Party, which is currently being used by the majority of the counties in Montana. The point that I really want to make is I am all about simplicity, and the more simple we can make our bylaws, the more clear, concise we can make them, the better we are going to have an organization that's going to operate. And that is my goal, and that is why I applied for this committee. So I welcome and ask for your support and your vote in this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. I have Mr. Molman next, and then Mr. Longstreth. Mr. Molman.
Yes, I would like to speak in favor of a couple of candidates. The very first one, Kyle O'Donnell. For those that don't know Kyle, he now lives in Maryland. He was living in Kentucky. I believe it was last year. He actually led and chaired the platform portions of our state convention, did a tremendous job, and is very passionate about making sure that we have a platform that is both modern and appeals to the base, to the public, but also does not compromise on principle. And Kyle is a super hard worker. I can't say enough about Kyle. If you don't know him, I do recommend that you reach out to him. Again, he is in Maryland now, and a really great guy. Yes, I could go on and on, but I don't want to steal everybody's time. The other person I want to talk to, I know some other people have already kind of mentioned it, Lauren Darting is a hard worker. And I've worked with Lauren on many projects when she was acting ED. Still keep in touch with her from time to time. You know, she's a very good person, a very knowledgeable person, cares deeply about the movement. And, you know, if she has a job to do, she'll get it done. So I always like working with those folks. I see tons of names on here. I know a lot of these names, and I feel bad only pointing out these two, but specifically Kyle, I know kind of goes unsung because he's one of those people that does work and just does it in the background. But I cannot recommend him enough as the person you may not know. We all probably know Lauren, but the person you don't know that you should vote for is Kyle O'Donnell. Thank you. Mr.
Molman, a follow-up question.
Yes.
According to the packet I have, Ms. Doherty applied for platform and not for bylaws. Are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we're in the wrong place. I'm so sorry. Wow. Okay.
Oh, and I guess
Well,
the
then
same also with Mr. O'Donnell. So I guess
It is.
you were speaking
Sorry.
to platform nominations.
I was, and I am so sorry.
No
So
problem.
on bylaws, vote for me. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Molman.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Longstreth and then Mr. David Sexton. Mr. Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guys, I would really be honored to be on the bylaws committee again. It would be my second term on the committee. Last year was a very strange year where we had all sorts of things that we had to work through, and I played a part in helping advance that. And it would be an honor to kind of get in and be able to do some of the more normal work, quote unquote, of the bylaws in that area. As far as my experience, I was intimately involved in helping rewrite a number of Colorado bylaws in the past. I stayed on even after moving to Arizona and assisted with coming up with a policy manual draft that ultimately was not accepted, but was proposed. And I'm just intimately familiar with the inner workings of how our party works and rules and that sort of thing. And it's what I truly enjoy, and I bring to it an analytical sort of mindset with a human approach and that sort of thing. So I would really appreciate it, your support to be on this committee again. And if you do have any questions, since we're going to open these up for the next 24 hours, please just reach out and I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. I have Mr. David Sexton and then Mr. Phillips. Mr. Sexton.
Yeah, I'm going to speak for myself and another applicant. For myself, Tennessee doesn't have an actual bylaws committee, but I have been involved in our state bylaw process for the past 5 years and have chaired that portion of our state convention for the past 4. So I have experience and I'm ready to serve. However, I want to spend the bulk of my time speaking for my wife, Paige Sexton, who is also an applicant. She has worked alongside me on those Tennessee bylaws and has even served on the National Bylaw Committee last term. So she's more than qualified and ready to serve this committee again. So if you feel compelled, please vote for both of us. But if for some reason your Sexton quota is only one, please vote for my better half. She worked her tail off last time and she's ready to do it again. So please support and vote for Paige Sexton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton. And there was a question, just so everybody knows, what I'm doing right now is I'm going through all of the LNC members and then I'm doing the gallery. But if people want to change it, we can make me change it. Next, I have Mr. Phillips and then Mr. Hagan. Mr. Phillips.
I have a few people I'd like to speak for. The first is the LNC members, Richard Longstreth and Ken Molman. Both of them, we all know from working with them, and they both are excellent at bylaws. I cannot speak more highly of them on that. And then on the application lists, we have Russ Clark, who's already been mentioned. He is from the neighboring city to me, and he and I deal with each other on a regular basis, and you cannot get a better person on the intricacies of those kind of things than Mr. Clark. And then I'm going to have to echo Mr. Sexton as well, in that, hey, if your Sexton quota is only one, then pick Paige, because she's done it before and she's awesome. And it was a loss to us to not have her on a committee this year. So keeping her involved is a great thing. No slight against you, David. You still rock.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I have Mr. Hagan and then Ms. Hogarth. Mr. Hagan.
First, I also applied for the bylaws committee. Have served twice on it before in the past. Gave some suggestions for the last convention, and they actually considered those and brought up at least a couple of those. And I kind of get to look at the detail, make sure there's no unintended consequences, or if there's another part of the bylaws or convention rules that needs to be changed for any proposals coming up. And I also like to mention that the last bylaws committee, I watched a couple times when they had their meetings, and they seemed to work well together. They were all cooperative, and all of them brought stuff to the table. I had other members tell me that they're impressed by the work the bylaws committee did. So I'd like to just point out that Chuck Moulton, Paige Sexton, Richard Longstreth, and Alex DiBenedetto were on that committee and replied. So I know, of course, all four of those, and highly recommend all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. I have Ms. Hogarth and then Ms. Sexton from the gallery without objection. Ms. Hogarth.
Yes, I just want to put in a word for our own David Valente. Really thorough analyst and great thinker.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. Without
Mr.
objection,
Chair, I don't think you saw me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Harless, go ahead.
Sure. I'd just like to speak briefly for Mike Seebeck. He's very, very, very good at bylaws and is a bylaws beast in the best possible way in Colorado. And he almost made it last time. He was very close. I think it was shy by one vote. And I would ask you to consider Mr. Seebeck.
Sorry, the dog is sneezing. That's what you're hearing in the background. I have next from the gallery without objection, Ms. Paige Sexton and then Mr. Kund. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing names. Ms. Paige Sexton, go ahead.
Hello, my LNC friends. As you have seen and now heard, I have put my name into the hat for this term's bylaws committee. Last term, when I was Region 2 alternate, I had the privilege of serving on this committee for the first time. Under the guidance of bylaws veterans like JBH, Andy Craig, Chuck Moulton, Alicia Matson, and so many more, I was able to grow in my knowledge of our national bylaws and about the in-depth processes this committee goes through. As Mr. Longstreth mentioned, it was a very strange year for bylaws this past term, and I feel if we can come out of that with our heads partially on straight, we can accomplish anything. Outside of national, I have also helped with the modifications of Tennessee's bylaws, as David mentioned, and I'm going to be working with David in the very near future to create local bylaws for our local affiliate. With all that being said, I appreciate anyone's support for this for me on this year's bylaws committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. I have Mr. Kund from Kansas, at least that's what it says in his name, and then Mr. Roulette. Mr. Kund, go ahead.
I think it's Lund, L-U-N-D.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr.
That's all
Lund.
right.
I apologize.
That's okay. I'd be honored to serve on the bylaw committee. I've been a member since the early 80s. I am retired now, and I have the time. I've served on the bylaw committee when I lived in California several times. And although Kansas does not have a bylaws committee, I've been working to help improve their bylaws, which are sorely in need of improvement. My background is in accounting, primarily auditing, and I've got experience going over internal controls and how to set up systems so that they work. And anyway, I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Then I do apologize. Next, I have Mr. Roulette and then Mr. Valente. Mr. Roulette.
Sorry there. I'm Tom Roulette. Over the last half year to a year, I've sort of made it my obsession and my hobby to basically go back through all the conventions that we've had previously, at least all the records that we've had, and essentially go through them, notebook in hand, looking for problems. And I think I've done a pretty good job coming up with the issues we consistently have from one convention to another convention to another, just looking for solutions. And I'm an active member in the Missouri Libertarian Party. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roulette. Mr. Valente and then Mr. De Benedetto. Mr. Valente.
All right. Well, I'm not going to speak to my candidacy. I appreciate Susan's kind words. There are several people I do want to speak to. Daniel Fishman, I believe, is a fantastic advocate for liberty and a great mind. Would be well served to be on this this panel. Ashley Shade as well. These people do hard work for liberty, and we definitely need these people on the bylaws and rules committee. Ken Molman is fantastic. Chuck Bolton's fantastic. So there's not. I wouldn't say there's any bad choices on this list, but there are several just absolutely fantastic choices on this list, and I look forward to seeing who comes out of this.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. Next, I have Mr. De Benedetto. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Alexander De Benedetto. I was very honored to be an alternate on the last bylaws committee. I was excited to bring ideas like a standing second, a minimum number of votes that you have to have on the floor, a threshold of support just to consider motions. I think that would help us to, especially in light of what happened last time, not even getting to the bylaws and to the platform committee reports, help us get to that important business that shouldn't be kind of glossed over. I'm excited to bring ideas like that forward again. In the past, I've served in the Nevada Libertarian Party's bylaws committee, made many suggestions. I like short and sweet bylaws that kind of defer to rules on rules and then make bylaws about what's special about our organization. I was just asked by Emily Goldberg to serve on the Arizona bylaws committee for this next time. So I would absolutely love to have the opportunity to serve on bylaws for the Libertarian Party in 2022. Although it sounds like there's so many phenomenal applicants that I'll understand if other people edge me out. Again, Alexander De Benedetto, going for bylaws committee. Thank you for your support.
That is the cue. Does anybody else wish to make a nomination or speak to a nomination? Ms. Harless, is your hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Do we have to know if they would accept it at this point, or can we make the nomination and if they happen to win and decline, the next person in line would go?
I think to be in order, you have to know that they would accept, but that would be my ruling and you can overrule my ruling.
Okay, I'm gonna try to speak with this person and perhaps I'm gonna quickly try to get in touch with them.
Okay. Well, that's the queue, so. The next item of business would be a motion to close nominations, but I suppose.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Ferrara.
Yeah, I just want to second Eric Lund. When he was in California, I worked with him on a number of things, and he has a great mind and can see things the way that a bylaws committee member should see things. And really, I'm just trying to give Karen Ann a little bit of time in order to reach, but I ran out of things to say about Eric Lund. And have a wonderful day, everyone.
Well, I can certainly add that I've served on the bylaws committee the last 2 terms. I'm not going this time. Do not vote for me. Do not put my name in. But it was a great time. We got a lot of important and good stuff done. And this is very bittersweet, but I'm looking forward to what the next committee accomplishes. I mean, I kind of applied on a lark and ended up getting selected. I think it was the 10th of the 10 people that were chosen. And it certainly helped get me more involved at National. We got 2 more hands up, Mr. Sheets and then Mr. Mulman. Mr. Sheets. You're muted, Mr. Sheets.
I have to jump off to another meeting, but I just wanted to say thank you all for your consideration, and I hope you vote for me.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Mr. Mulman?
Now that I'm actually looking at the right list of applicants and on the right election, I want to note, boy, we have a lot of good choices on this. I mean, wow. Let's see here. DiBenedetto, who spoke earlier, I have the utmost respect for. I think he would be great. Some of the people that are kind of lesser known, and that's kind of what I wanted to point out that I know that would do good work. Joe Burns from Texas. Joe is very passionate. Sometimes it gets him in a little bit of trouble, but Joe is a really good person. I got to meet him last year. I really like Joe, and that passion can be very much used for a positive. I just want to speak in favor of Joe. Let's see here. I'm just going down through the list, and I'm also kind of delaying a little bit too. Tony DeRazio, which you guys know from New York, who ran for chair last time. But Tony's a good guy. He's analytical minded. I think he would be a good choice. Most of you probably know Jim Foner. Jim and I don't always agree on things, actually disagree quite a bit, but Jim is in for the party. He has a perspective that I think is helpful to consider. And if nothing else, devil's advocate, if nothing else, but he's definitely a person that I think would be beneficial to the committee. I'm just rolling through the list here, but there's Chuck, of course, Chuck Moulton. Let's see. Omar Requero. Those of you who have not worked with Omar, he is awesome. I just saw him again in Tennessee. Omar is a great mind and also a pretty good poker player, but that's a different story. I do believe that Omar would be beneficial on the committee. Of course, the Sextons, of course, Steve Sheets. I mean, there's so many good options that we have. This is going to be a hard one for me. Wow. Holly Ward, down here at the bottom. You may not know Holly. She is a hard worker in Virginia's party. If you don't know her, you should get to know her. Very good. Mr. Wiest, my now chair emeritus here in Kentucky, also very legal-minded. Those are the ones just quickly looking through, and I apologize to all the people that are awesome that I've skipped over, but I wanted to make sure that some of the lesser knowns did get some mentions because I've worked with them on things and know them to be hard workers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulman. Are there any further nominations?
I couldn't reach that person, even though I'm fairly certain they would accept, but I can't reach them.
Okay. Entertain a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Wendt. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Longstreth. Is there objection? Without objection. Ms. Harlos, do you have any further instructions on, I guess not, it's the same deal, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll let you go ahead and hit send on that. And it'll be open till midnight, midnight Mountain, same, till tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry, midnight Mountain, there's a good, no, it'd be midnight Mountain tomorrow night, not tonight, right?
Correct.
All right. Next order of business is the selection of the LNC members of the Credentials Committee. Let me pull up the owner's manual here. The Credentials Committee, composed of 10 members, shall be set, and whoever gets selected for the Bylaws Committee, it's really weird that these all three are written completely differently. I mean, just in syntax, but that's just me. Credentials Committee, composed of 10 members, shall be selected as follows. A, 5 members chosen by the National Committee no later than 6 months before a regular convention. B, 1 member by each of the 5 affiliate parties having the largest sustaining memberships as determined for convention delegate allocations at the most recent regular convention. So here we are selecting the 5 LNC of the 10 members of the committee. So we'll go ahead and open nominations, and I move to nominate all of the individuals who submitted an application that was distributed to the committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Longstreth. Is there objection? So without objection, those people are nominated, and we'll open it up.
Wait, I don't want to object, but there was one person in that list of nominations whose application said that she was applying for the historical committee.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to remove her name.
I would not object at this point, and then we can remove the name immediately afterwards if you can find the person. So let's do it that way. So without objection, those individuals are nominated, and now we open the floor to further nominations and anybody who wishes to speak on behalf of themselves or any other applicant. Ms. Hogarth, do you know the name of the person who with the erroneous application?
I don't. It was near the end of the list.
Okay.
I can look. I mean, it should be obvious if anyone is looking through. I just wouldn't want her to be inadvertently chosen to be on the Credentials Committee. I can't imagine a more interesting fate. Yeah. But I will say, since now I have the floor inadvertently, I sent an email to fellow committee members with some the names of some people who want to return from the previous committee, and the names of some people that looked reasonable to me.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. I've got in the queue Mr. Valente and Mr. Molman. Mr. Valente.
Ms. Harlos.
And Ms. Harlos, I'm sorry. We'll do you. We'll have you between those two. So, Mr. Valente.
Yes, thank you. First off, definitely speaking for Susan Hogarth. Everyone knows the yeoman work that she did at the national convention. In those very difficult circumstances, and she handled it like a champ. So I don't think that there's any question that she should be back on the committee. Alexander Hutton also, I think, would serve the committee very well. Also, a young activist in my area, his name is Vincent Rivas Flores. He's a young immigration lawyer in Maryland and lives here in West Virginia. I think, he is a young rising star for our local area, and would love to see him serve on the committee. And Paul Shin is also a good guy. I'd like to see him on the committee as well. So just a shout out for those folks. Again, like the other committees, I think not a bad choice, but lots of good choices here.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. I have Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Molman. Ms. Harlos.
Okay, Mr. Valente took one of them, but I'm going to speak anyway. I got Susan into this mess a long time ago. And so I get even with her every year by continually pushing her forward and nominating her. So please, everyone, put Susan back on the committee. It's a mixed blessing, I'm sure. And she will do fantastic. And I also wanted to speak to Ella Shiva Levin. She applies a lot and seems to just fly under the radar, but I know her really well. She's been in the party for a really long time and does a lot of things. So I would really like to see her get picked.
Thank you, Ms. Harlos. And then Ms. Hogarth, I've gotten a note that Patty Williams might be the person that you were referring to earlier who applied for historical preservation.
That sounds reasonable.
So if somebody wants to verify that, and if that's the case, we can remove her from the ballot. Mr. Molman.
All right. Well, first, I actually have a quick question for Ms. Hogarth, if possible. Is Ms. Salvet not running for this again?
That is correct. She is not.
Well, I just want to say that between you two, I mean, that would have been my easy endorsements. So, well, I get you, Ms. Hogarth. Anyway, 50% of the team. And the only other person that I know that I've worked with on this for sure is Lee Lachine. I worked with Lee when he was involved with LSLA back in 2014 or 2016 or something. I don't know, a lifetime ago in the LP. But Lee's a good dude, and he'll do good work. Friendly, cooperative, and you guys on the credentials committee are directly interfacing with obviously all the convention delegates, and I think Lee would do well with that. So, beyond the obvious of Susan, I would recommend Lee as someone I have worked with and know will do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. The queue is open if anybody has further nominations or wishes to speak to a nominee. Seeing none, I entertain a motion to close nominations.
Seconded.
You gotta
Or
move
so
it
moved.
first.
Yeah,
Mr.
so moved.
Longstreth moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Roudsepp. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, nominations are closed. Ms. Harlos, I guess we got this down now, right? So.
Yep.
All right. Let's see, where are we now? So we are back up to H, mobile app. Mr. Molman, 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, just one item. If people aren't seeing the email, check in spam.
And I guess I should ask, has anybody not received the platform or the bylaws and rules emails yet?
I'm double checking my spam folder as we speak.
Okay. Email both of us or message both of us or interrupt if you haven't gotten this. It's a good sign. Everybody else has
I have not received any ballots.
Okay. Ms. Harlos, can you look into that?
I will.
All right, thank you. Next item is a discussion item. This is 10H, mobile app. Mr. Molman, 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I hope to yield some of this time back to the floor or to the committee. But there were several conversations recently, and I apologize. I have kind of a presentation, but it's on my computer. I'm on my phone. It's just going to be bad. We're just going to roll with it and explain it conceptually. What I'm looking for,
Mr. Molman, do you need time to set up or something?
It's okay. It's fine. Because what I'm really looking for is whether or not the LNC wants me to pursue this course of action, because the next steps are going to take 20 to 40 hours, and taking 5 minutes to find out if the LNC wants this or not is going to save me 20 to 40 hours. I have this idea for an app. We have multiple criticisms or critiques about our party as far as technology goes. We've made and we continue to make strides. We talked about that earlier in the meeting. But one of the recent discussions kind of led me to think about an idea that we had kicked around once and then it didn't really go anywhere. And it's the idea of actually having an LP app for a phone. And at least in iteration one, my general thought would be that there'd be 4 core functions. Number 1 would be signing in as a member or signing up to get information would be through the app. So you can either connect your membership, or if they're not a member, they can connect. And a big part of that is being able to get issue refined data, right? Again, going back to what we talked about very early in this call, who's a Second Amendment supporter, whose main issue is criminal justice reform, those types of things. So we know what messaging those members want to receive and prospective members. The second thing that's been talked about over and over while I've been around is LP News and the cost of LP News. And what we do today is we send LP News out via the newsletter and via physical mail. And then about a month later, it gets posted online for everybody to read. And my thought is that, the reality is fewer and fewer people are looking at mail, physical mail. And even I, as someone who really used to enjoy reading LP News in its physical form, find myself reading it more often online now. And I think that's going to be a trend, especially younger generations. LP News, as you all may be aware, costs a decent chunk of money to create and mail out. And if we create an electronic version, it would save us costs on printing and mailing, as well as actual formatting, right? It doesn't have to be formatted like a newsletter. Now it's just the information, and we can still have pictures and stuff, but not nearly as difficult to lay out. The third piece of this would be the ability to send push notifications, urgent notices based on those issues that I talked about in the first part. So for instance, let's say a recent event, the Democrats propose a bill to significantly limit Second Amendment rights. We can push something out to Second Amendment supporters. It blows them up on their phone with a, oh my gosh, did you see this happened? The Democrats just put this bill in place. We're the only party that supports your Second Amendment rights. Please donate so we can help fight this, right? We can make appeals, we can do urgent notices, that sort of thing, more timely notices. And speaking of appeals, the fourth thing would be membership renewal notices. The ability to send out an appeal based on timing when your membership's about to expire. I would start to basically say, hey, your membership's about to expire, with a notification on your phone, and you'd be able to tap that. And it would actually, as part of that, encourage you to upgrade. So if you're a $25 a year donor, hey, why don't you become a $5 a month donor, right? Because it's only $5. That's the easiest upsell we've got in the party, is $25 a year to $5 a month, because I'm only asking you for $5 right now. And so the idea being that those core functions, those four things as a phase one of an app, would give us more leads, would give us better information about our own members that we can then use to tailor messaging to them, the messaging they want to see. We can cut costs with LP News and cut costs and hopefully boost our renewal rates. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I've asked for a quote from one company. They've been working on it, but due to everything just crazy going on, I was sick 2 weeks ago, and then I was busy last week, and then I had a convention. I unfortunately don't have the number back. I was hoping to have it back before we got here. I've been talking to the guy back and forth today. But I guess my question is this something the committee even wants to go down the route of? I kind of got to this by trying to find ways to make things more efficient, save money, and boost revenue. But, is it something the committee wants to pursue? Is it, and I apologize for not having a number because I realize that's going to make a difference. But let's say this app costs $25,000, just a ballpark number. Is it something the committee would be interested in if it cost $25,000? And that's what I'm trying to figure out before I get too deep into this. So I'm open to questions or whatever, but that's what I'm trying to get a gauge of.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. We'll open it up for comments and questions. I have Mr. Phillips, Mr. Nana, and Mr. Wendt. Mr. Phillips.
Ken, I have to say that I mean, while I greatly am in favor of this idea in general, that right now I am unlikely to be in favor of any new technology until we get the technology we already have in process working. If we're going to spend $25,000 on technology, we just voted last time against spending another $25,000 on the CRM project, which to me is a much more vital project. So, while I mean, I think it's an excellent idea, I think its time is not now. Let's fix what we've got going. And, and what I hear from a lot of people is that the CRM is still problematic. Let's get everything fixed and working and where it needs to be before we start grabbing hold of new projects. We had that problem under the last ED where lots of new projects caused other projects not to get done, and I prefer not to repeat that process.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I have Mr. Nana and then Mr. Wendt. Mr. Nana.
Thank you. I think it's worth at least investigating. I think that we owe it to ourselves to at least figure out if it's going to be cost effective. I have always been in favor of trying to make the LP newsletter as digital as possible. I am very much like Mr. Molman in that when I first joined the party, I loved getting the physical newsletter. I would open it and read it every month. I even kept it in chronological order in a stack in a folder, and all that stuff. But I still, the same way I find myself doing that less and less nowadays, and maybe that's because I'm desensitized to it. I don't know, but I would love to be able to save the party money and check a box and say, hey, why don't you send this to me digitally? And I don't know. But I think we owe it to ourselves to at least look into it rather than just say, hey, no, we're not even going to consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Nana. Next, I have Mr. Wendt and then Mr. Bowen, but his hand's down, so maybe not him. Mr. Wendt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Molman, I do appreciate the concept. I think that there's a lot of feeder projects that need to be addressed before this one goes in. I would definitely like to see this in the future, and I'd like to see it come through the Information Services Committee, so that we have more than a few people like looking at this and vetting this out, because just an idea in a ballpark of 25K, that's really hard to kind of swallow just based on what we've seen and what we've heard in this meeting. So I would really, really like to see this come and get full vetting through a committee.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. I have Mr. Coburn next.
Thank you. I would briefly echo Mr. Phillips' sentiment. I think we have other things that are more pressing than this. But before Mr. Molman, you dive into putting in 20 or 40 hours of work in something, and before I pass full judgment on that, on this item, I would rather see something a little bit more fleshed out in terms of an idea and what that money would actually be spent on. I'm just having a little bit of difficulty doing the mental math with the $25,000 and how much that would actually impact things on the spot. So I would be in favor of looking into this more for an informational purpose, but I don't think that starting work on anything would be proper right now.
That is, Mr. Valente.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that we really need to think about is that, yes, while we have issues with the CRM project, an app is probably where someone is more likely to get a first touch with the LP rather than the CRM project. And that, that we're so far behind on that and having a mobile app, I think we definitely do need to investigate it. I agree with Mr. Wendt in that we needed to get it with the Information Services Committee and vet that out, maybe even crowdsource an app or something along those lines to help save on some of the costs. But it's a good idea, and it's something that we definitely need to invest in. I don't know if $25,000 is where it needs to go, but definitely something we need to investigate.
Time on this item has expired. Is there a motion to extend time?
Mr. Chair, can I have just 1 minute without a vote, if there's no objection?
Is there any objection?
I object.
There is objection.
Okay.
All right, that concludes that item. The next item is, let's see, cancellation of the affiliate referral program. Ms. Harlos, 10 minutes.
Yes, I know a lot of us had questions on this, and we got a ton of membership emails wanting to know really what the metrics were, and why, more specifically, what justified its cancellation. It wasn't even out for a year, and I don't think you can really know the return on investment until you know how the people who did stay donate. And were the affiliates, I want to say affiliates, I don't mean party affiliates, I mean the podcasters and all those, looped in at all to try to do retention on those. The way it was handled is more my problem. It just caused an awful lot of bad blood. And the LNC felt very, very blindsided by that. So I really hope that doesn't happen in the future. I think when the decision was made, whoever made it, doesn't matter. They did not anticipate the reaction, I don't believe, that there would be. So I hope that was a learning experience, because sometimes we don't know what's going to be so controversial. But I was wondering if there's any way data can be released to us that shows like how badly was it allegedly losing money. Like I do not understand the justification for canceling it, only then being told it wasn't profitable. And to me, that's just way too vague. I can't make any kind of judgment on that.
If I may.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So it was my decision. I made the decision to cancel it. And, to the extent that I haven't explained it or anybody felt blindsided, I do apologize. And this program existed it was longer than a year. I think it was over 2 years that this program existed. Throughout the entire LNC budget process, 2 LNC budget processes and individual engagement, no one mentioned this program. And I report on all of the decisions I make in my quarterly reports. Maybe more frequently would be appreciated, because there's stuff going on all the time. But I do take that advisedly. It's well taken. To make our budget, our existing budget, not our reach budget, we have to raise $5,000 a day, and that counts weekends and holidays. So we're having a very good year so far. We're hitting that goal. But the way we hit that goal is by being very mindful of how our fundraising staff, how all of our staff, all of our volunteers, everybody pitching in, helping with fundraising, uses their time. And when the program was set up, there wasn't really thought given to opportunity costs of spending time on low return projects versus high return projects. Now, when I ran for chair, I promised to try and test and to reinforce success, and that means pulling the plug on failures. One rule of good marketing is that you hype your successes and you quietly end your failures. But sometimes the lessons learned from a failure are a helpful learning experience. So I do want to provide that information, and there has been requests for spreadsheets. Those are included in my chair's report I distributed yesterday. So people wanted to know why I've pulled the plug on an affiliate referral program whereby we paid a bounty of 20% to someone who signed up as a new member. The reason is it failed as a fundraiser. When I came into office in July, I decided to evaluate our programs and our resources. If this program was about building official spokespeople for the party, which is an admirable goal, it needed to be set up very differently from how it was set up. If it was about recruiting volunteers to be activists for the party, we also needed to set it up very differently, and we needed to have much better coordination with our state affiliates. And if that's of interest, we're hiring an activism coordinator soon who can take that on. The affiliate program was evaluated as a fundraiser. And so we evaluated it as a fundraiser. Here's what we found. Our most generous 100 donors to the party have been giving to us for an average of 26 years. Our top 1% of donors give us 1/3 of our revenue. And in 2019, we spent about $80,000 cultivating that group of people in staff time and direct expenses, generating $591,000 in gifts. We didn't reach out to over 100 high dollar prospects to give them personalized asks because we had insufficient resources dedicated to that function. Instead, that same year in 2019, we spent $350,000 in staff time and direct expenses to secure $373,000 in $25 membership renewals. This program had no clear goals, it had no metrics, it had no guidelines. Creation of the program had no consideration for the cost of staff time to manage the program, the efforts to reach out when an individual stops giving, the time for the lawyer to review the contracts, the time for our staff to evaluate what's an eligible payout versus an ineligible payout. And this program, in addition to having a very high non-renewal rate, also had a very high ineligible payout rate. And so that consumed a lot of staff time addressing. In fundraising, there are some main principles. 80% of your revenue is going to come from 20% of your donors. So it's important to steward your resources accordingly. Deepening relations with your existing donors is less costly and more fruitful than acquiring new donors. And renewal rates matter. A decent renewal rate is 50%. A standard renewal rate is 70%. We're in the 70s right now, which is good. I'd like it to be better. But for this program, it was 25%. Out of all of the affiliates who signed up, only 11 signed up for the monetized program. We paid and we received $17,407.25 of revenue attributed to the program. After we evaluated for eligibility, each single gift, we determined only $8,335 was eligible, for which we paid $1,665 in commissions. About 300 new members out of the 8,000 we gained. So staff and I, starting in, very early in my chairship, started talking about different ways that we could address this to make it work better. But all of the options involved more resources and more time commitments at a time when we're trying to reallocate that staff time and resources to more fruitful enterprises. By contrast, the non-monetized referral program currently has 25 participants and generated $12,450 in revenue in 2020. And while that's still a modest amount of revenue, this program involves no payout, no vetting of eligible donations, no contractual negotiations, so it's not affected. And based on the information that, the replies that we've received, many people seem to have confused these two programs. That program still exists, the non-monetized referral, and we got a lot of enthusiasm associated with that one. So as to timeline, these conversations all started in July. They picked up in December, with a lot of the conversations started picking up in December once the election was behind us. January 1, as an interim measure, I raised the minimum bounty threshold to $60 to make sure that we were actually covering any costs associated with it. But at the end of January, we got the 2020 revenue numbers, the renewal rate numbers in from 2019 to 2020, and I decided to pull the plug. That morning, we learned that 3 more people had signed up, so I decided to close it to further entrants while we reviewed if that fact would change anything. It didn't change anything. So on February 5th is when I pulled the plug officially, and we sent short notes to our partners saying the program would end in 30 days. Links would still work, but these 11 people would no longer be treated special and get money for referrals compared to everybody else. So where do we go from here? Staff's already hard at work with more successful fundraising efforts. We've opened new FEC sub-accounts to allow people to give more than the FEC basic maximum, and we've gotten such gifts. So we're getting much more from some people where before we had limited ourselves on how much people could give. We've tripled the number of our highest tier of maximum donors and directly engaged them with new initiatives. Staff's now focusing on making calls to donors of $250 up, and LNC members help with everything else, including myself. We're using state-of-the-art donor databases to ensure we're focusing our scarce time and resources on prospective donors with the highest ROI. We're preparing to roll out a new moves management stewardship system to ensure we're communicating our results and impact and giving a thank you for every gift. And we've restructured our staff responsibilities and focuses to make it all happen. So that's the background there. More information is available in the LNC Chairs report, but the gist of it is that I don't want us to be like Congress, where we keep zombie programs that aren't performing going because of political pressure. And
what made donations ineligible?
Evidently there was political pressure to try to keep it going for reasons other than the numbers. but that's why I made the decision that I made.
Could you
Mr.
just
Phillips.
clarify what made donations ineligible?
The bounties were only paid to new members, so if we got a donation from an existing member, that would make it.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, that's a very good explanation that I kind of read between the lines and some of the information we got along the way after the decision happened. And actually was a lot of the problems you had were ones that we had brought up as concerns when the problem was implemented. So not particularly any kind of surprise. And I understand that politically there was some pressure to keep it going. All that's well and good. And I would just like to reiterate the one concern that I had with the whole process. I did not object to the canceling of the program, just to be clear. But knowing the inter-caucus issues and all those kind of things that we all hate to deal with, a little heads up beforehand would have been nice. You don't need our approval for that decision, but hey, here's what I'm doing and why. So when you get yelled at about it, and you don't get blindsided, would have been great. I fully support your decision to end the program. Your reasons were concerns that several of us brought up when the program was implemented, including the fact that I remember some discussion about 20% being far too high a bounty on that. So all that well and good, but in the future, if you could, when something is going to be politically a bombshell like that in inter-party politics, a little heads up, it doesn't have to be a lot, but just, if it was 24 hours so that we had notice and reasoning, so that when my phone was blowing up going, what the hell is this? I had an answer, would be great.
I take that advisedly, Mr. Phillips.
Right, especially considering, I don't believe that this was the case. So please don't take this as a personal criticism, but you know how people twist politics and optics. And so some people felt like it was targeted. I don't believe that was the case. I want to make sure that that's 100% clear, but okay.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Let's see. That is the queue. And actually time's expired on this item. I spoke too long. Is there any motion to extend time or anything? Seeing none, we'll move to the next item, which is emailing of members without consent. Mr. Wendt, 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for this time because I didn't get a sufficient answer to the questions that I posted on the business list. I had, to refresh everyone's memory, I had several members who approached me personally or via email, issuing concerns over an email blast that was received, in which they, one, never signed up for the list, and two, it was completely unsolicited, and most of them felt as though it was an intrusion of privacy. Now, I understand that we may not know where that list came from. We may never know where that list came from. But I think this speaks to a wider point. And I don't want to make this about caucuses, because I've gone on record that I am not a member of any caucus. I will never be a member of any caucus. I am here to represent the membership of Region 1. That said, personal privacy is a very important point. And when we have political action committees that are using the libertarian name, and it does kind of create a crossover. So from the emails that I saw, there is no opt-out. There is no discernible way of how they got it. The most recent email said where it came from. However, those emails, the members who got those emails have also refuted that they ever gave that information to those people. So I'm not trying to put anything out there. I'm just saying that I know there's discussion about NDAs. There's a lot of things, and if these practices if anyone is adjacent to these practices, I strongly urge you to talk to your people and talk to the people that you're adjacent to and say, this needs to stop. because it is reflecting upon the party. It is reflecting on the LNC. So my question is, has the chair really addressed this issue on a basis as far as talking to the parties? Because the party that I'm referring to, I did reach out to, and they did not respond at all to my inquiries.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Molman, who has his hand up next. Mr. Molman.
Thank you. Double mute.
Aha, double mute every time. All right. So there is a lot of stuff around email that generally the party, its caucuses, its members, its candidates, there's a certain etiquette around email, and it's getting more and more strictly enforced. It's actually really bad to send unsolicited mail. It's way worse than sending junk mail through USPS. You can end up getting your domain, your server, you can get things blocked. And, we have the shared email server that several states use, and we enforce rules about this, that you can't send unsolicited mail. You can't send blasts from that server, because we don't want one state being bad, or even inadvertently, right? They think they're doing the right thing. They don't know. And getting, 20 states worth of email blocked or whatever we have on there now. So we have rules on all of that. I think that it would be beneficial for all of our various bits and pieces of the party, whether they're affiliates, caucuses, whatever, to really do some good research on email and proper etiquette in email. I certainly understand what Mr. Wentz said about feeling like invasion of privacy. Once upon a time, I made a terrible mistake and gave a few dollars to Rand Paul. As a result, I have received email from Michelle Bachmann, from, dear Lord, I don't even know how many organizations. It's ridiculous. And the one thing I come away with is I would never make the mistake of giving a nickel to Rand Paul ever again, because I do not want to be on these lists. I certainly didn't want all the Trump garbage I got. And, that's what happens when you do that, is you're turning people off. And it's worse for us as a third party because the scrutiny is higher for us. So I want to encourage everyone to learn how to use email in the modern era. No unsolicited. You must have unsubscribes. That's why if you look at what Jorgensen campaign is doing, the Advocates for Self-Government isn't sending email using Joe's list. Joe's campaign is sending emails saying, hey, have you considered joining the Advocates for Self-Government? That's the right way to do it. The organization that owns the email address should be the one making the ask of the people if they want to join some other organization, not just buy the list and mass blast them. And we used to do that as national. We don't do that anymore, as far as I'm aware. And I hope that we don't do that because it will get us in trouble. I believe it had actually once. And I want to encourage everyone at every level to look into how to properly do email before you send that next big blast to a bunch of people who are unsuspecting and didn't ask for it.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. I have Mr. Phillips and then Mr. Wentz, second round. Mr. Phillips.
I agree with a lot of Mr. Wentz's concerns, even though I poo-pooed them a little bit on the list, and I do apologize for that, Francis. It was more of a frustration because we'd already addressed it and forgetting that you weren't on the last term. While we're on the subject of unsolicited emails, I do feel the need to point out that several members have come up to me and feel that it's vastly inappropriate for our national party email to be sending out emails and saying, well, if you can't donate to us, please donate to these other organizations. And I have to agree, I find that to be questionable use of party resources. So while we're talking about unsolicited emails and proper email etiquette, I want to put that on the record that we probably shouldn't be doing that either.
Mr. Phillips, can you send me that email or a description of what it is you're talking about? I'd like to look more into that.
I will, when I'm at my PC, I will get it to you, yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wendt.
Yes, so And I do appreciate the explanation that Mr. Mullen put forward. So the answer that that I'm getting, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that what I should instruct the members here is to flag these as spam, and start letting Google or whoever do their shadow bans. Is that what I'm hearing? Because I know that's an issue that the LPHQ has experienced, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about, or if there's more information on that. I apologize. I should be addressing the chair, not Mr. Molman. So,
but through me to Mr. Molman. Mr. Molman, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly do that, and that is a danger. I mean, Google's ban is really rough. You do not want to get on Google's ban. They're probably the hardest to get off of. But yeah, I mean, that's the result. And whether we encourage that behavior or not, there are going to be people that mark those types of emails as spam. And so, yeah, I mean, just in general, that's why we as an organization, whether it's the national or state or county parties, should never be sending unsolicited email. I mean, and, you know, neither should the caucuses, for their own good, right? And email services will kick you off if you use that stuff. So if it's a legitimate complaint, you know, it's within your rights to complain. You know, especially when it doesn't have an unsubscribe button. That's really bad. That's really bad these days. So I'm actually surprised there's a provider that lets you send stuff without it anymore. Most of them require it. So yeah, I mean, that is an appropriate action, but you know, ideally, if you can track it back to whoever's doing it, you should at least tell them, hey, stop that, or else we're going to start doing this. And perhaps that's what this conversation is.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. Mr. Phillips, your hand's up. Is that from before, or you want to go again? I mean, I guess it was from before. We have 1 minute on this item, but the queue is open. Seeing no further speakers, that will conclude that item. The next item is K, discussion of data breach of personal information. Mr. Hall, 10 minutes.
Yeah, so a lot of this kind of ties into the last item as well. And I noticed that the chair sent out an email today that also had a little bit more in-depth on what the plans are with NDAs. So maybe this point is moot right now until we take action on that. I guess if anybody has, I guess, any opinion on that, that would be great before continuing on with this discussion right now. Mr. Chair, to you by chance?
Well, if you haven't read it, because I know there have been a lot of emails today, Mr. Molman and I have developed a new draft non-disclosure agreement, which we're going to get checked out by lawyers. I mean, I'm a lawyer, but you know, another lawyer, and finalized. We did a audit, so to speak, of NDA compliance for people with CRM access, and of the 490 people with CRM access, we don't have NDAs on file from 283 of them, which we both and all of us should consider unacceptable, and we need to address that. But then that opened up the question of the NDA, which was designed to be a kind of friendly, one-page, doesn't really explain everything document, which makes it hard to then use in a legal context if we ever do. So what Mr. Molman and I have drafted is more of a standard NDA, and ultimately it will come back to all of you as because it's up to the LNC is written into the policy manual that you decide what our non-disclosure agreement is, and so it'll be a motion to adopt that as our standard NDA, and then to set a date after which anybody who has not signed that NDA no longer has access to proprietary information, including the CRM. I do want to say this is more than just the CRM. I certainly encounter a lot of proprietary information. Many of you do. Anybody that does donor calls, you're coming into contact with it. And it is ethically wrong to use that information for purposes other than the reasons why you've been given access to it. And this will make it clear that it will also be legally wrong as well. Mr. Molman, I don't know whether you want to add anything more to that. And then Mr. Phillips has his hand up. Mr. Molman.
Yeah. And just to reiterate everything you just said, I 100% agree. It is critical. I mean, we are dealing with PII, personally identifiable information, often. And it's not, there's actually already a legal responsibility to protect some of that data. When you've got dates of birth and income levels and things like that, that has to be protected. And so we are definitely, I am in strong favor of getting the NDA updated and enforcing compliance. This is a data privacy issue, and it's serious and it's real. So when that time comes, I hope that you all will support it. You know, as far as I know, this item's the data breach item. I did investigate it. It looks as though, based on what I was able to determine, that the email addresses used in the unsolicited mailing that led to the concern that there may have been a data breach may have been purchased from a different vendor, which is a thing, right? We did that too. And you can buy email addresses, which then ties back to the previous item of don't email people unsolicited. It doesn't end well. So that's where I'm at with that.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. I have Mr. Phillips and then Mr. Wendt. Mr. Phillips.
I just have a question. I did read your email earlier about the NDAs and all that. And being unfamiliar with all the details on this, but it occurred to me, is it not possible to, when people sign up for access to the CRM in one way or another, to limit their access or not give them a password until we have a signed in NDA from them? Either, I mean, is it possible to do it as, you know, hey, when you log in, you have to change your password. Before you can change your password, you have to check off on the NDA? Or can we, you know, is that a possibility that we're considering? Because I mean, it is an important thing. And the fact that we have that many people that haven't bothered to sign it or haven't been given the opportunity to sign it, unsure of which, it is something that needs to be corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. As to your technical question, I'll defer to either Mr. Harris or Mr. Molman if they know the answer.
I would defer to Mr. Molman if he knows the answer.
I'm sorry, I put it in the chat, but yes, it's a training issue. So state admins have the ability to jack around with the access of anybody that's in their state, right? Because they are the people that are running their state. But the actual sign-up form, the CRM user sign-up form, if they go through that process, there is a spot for where they upload their NDAs. And I know for a fact that there is a Google folder where all of that is kept. So yeah, and I see Evan saying that Indiana doesn't without an NDA. Thank you, Evan. That's the proper procedure, right? As some of this is a training issue, and then some of it's going to be, you know, proactive enforcement, right? As everyone's aware, we've had some resource issues with the CRM project. Now that we've added more resources, we have more time to focus on things like this. And I do think it is a very good idea to set a deadline and say everyone who doesn't sign by this date is out, and anyone who from now on, you don't get in unless you sign. And I think that's a good policy. And I think that was always the intent, by the way. We just got behind on everything. So now that we're keeping up, I think that's good going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. I have Mr. Wendt, second round. Mr. Wendt.
Is this the first round on this one? Sorry.
Oh, I'm very sorry. My mistake. Mr. Wendt, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to kind of issue a generalized statement on this, because what I would like the LNC to be aware of is that all of these initiatives that we're talking about, all of your strategic planning, everything that's kind of going on in the backside, it doesn't do us any good. The coalition building, the cultivating donors, all of these things doesn't do us any good if we're leaking our resources out, if the hull's taking on water and people are taking those resources out. So it was mentioned in the previous one that an email list is a thing of value and the CRM is a thing of value. So I want to stress that as you said, Mr. Chair, the ethical thing to do is to have loyalty to this party above the pieces of the party. And that's actually a nonprofit duty of loyalty. So, and I think I may have said that once or twice, but I just wanted to reiterate that for us to be successful in the initiatives that we are doing, this has to happen. We need to start acting professionally and really taking care of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. Without objection, Mr. McMahon from the gallery. Seeing no objection, Mr. McMahon.
So we use Civi CRM. We transitioned to it from a program called Wild Apricot, which once we had recognized somebody as a county chair or a district rep, they had complete unfiltered access to every piece of information statewide. Even if you were just a county chair, you could access the entire state system. We transitioned to the Civi CRM, the national program. One, it's saving us a ton of money. We were spending $5,000 a year on Wild Apricot. But more than that, we are able to control access to data. There's only about 4 of us that have access to it right now, because we're training people. We're training our SEC members, our district reps first, and then rolling it out to active county chairs. But we have a process in place that you have to sign up for the access account, which requires you to have an NDA. We actually look at it because you can actually digitally see it. But the other thing is I can track, as a state admin, I can track what people are doing. So I can see when Jared Hall from Indiana logs in, I can see what he's doing. Has he changed information? Has he exported a huge list for no reason? I can see that. So, the Civi CRM, the program that's been built by the National Party actually has a lot of these security features already built in. And so this is something that I think we should be pushing affiliates to really consider moving to. One, you actually have data that's usable. You can reach out to your constituents. You can reach out to voters. You're giving county level access to county chairs so they can see things in their county. You've got district levels. But a lot of state parties are still using spreadsheets to manage all of their data. And that's an absolute and total leak. That's kind of where the problem is. But access and training for the CRM system is paramount. And I'm more than happy to help Ken and anybody else work with other state chairs. I've actually worked with a couple other people to help them figure out how to control that access. So with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Time on this item has expired. Is there any motion to extend time? Seeing none, that concludes this item, and that concludes new business with previous notice, I believe. And moving next to new business without previous notice, Ms. Harlos, the item you added on COVID-19. Was that
and
10
it'll be
minutes or
quicker
5
than
minutes?
5 minutes, and
5
it'll
minutes.
be quicker than that.
Okay.
I had mentioned last time what we were doing, and then I got sick for a week. But starting probably tomorrow, I'd already done the video just so that everyone would see it. We're starting, the group that I'm with is starting the social media campaign using the signs such as this to take pictures. It's already against the next mandate, and that's the website as well. Already against the nextmandate.com. TJ has been a godsend, and so has Mr. Nikala in assisting. So if you see that going around, that's where that originated from, and that's really the only update I wanted to give you guys. It was nothing terribly involved.
Thank you, Ms. Harlos. Anything further on new business without previous notice? Seeing none, we'll move to what the policy manual describes as closing ceremony, first announcements, and then opportunity for public comment again. So first we'll do announcements. If any member of the committee wishes to address the committee, we'll do that. And I've got Mr. Valente.
Hey, just a quick announcement for anybody in the area. April 17th, we're having our state convention, and we'd love to have everyone come down. Our special keynote speaker is Matt and Terry Kibbe from Free the People, and we'd love to have you come down. It's in Bridgeport, West Virginia, April 17th, 8 a.m. Starts registration, and we'll be going to about 5.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. Any other announcements? Not seeing any. I'll take the privilege of the last announcement before we do the public comment. I have gratefully been relieved as chair of the DC Libertarian Party, and I see in the gallery Mr. Patrick Hines, who has been elected to succeed me, and Mike Collins is vice chair. That occurred on February 27th at the DCLP convention. So congratulate Mr. Hines, and also thank him because he's the candidate on the 2020 ballot that preserved our ballot access in DC through the next election. So congratulations, Mr. Hines, and looking forward to everything amazing stuff that the DCLP can do. That was my main announcement. I'm going to a lot of state conventions. Many of you are too. Also including the Frontier Summit this coming weekend. And if anybody wants to attend that and hasn't registered yet, just let us know and we'll make arrangements. That concludes announcements. So we'll now go to opportunity for public comment, up to 3 minutes per person. So if any member of the gallery wishes to address the committee, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. And I see Mr. Requero first. Mr. Requero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say quickly that in mentioning conventions, you just jotted my mind, Chairman Bishop Hampton. Florida has, we've already established when our convention is going to be. It's going to be June 11th through June 13th. So it's a really nice time of year. It's going to be in Lakeland, Florida at the Spring Hill Suites. I've also noticed, as well as mentioned before, that some of the state conventions are, the attendance is really well. I went to the Tennessee convention. I'll be attending Georgia's convention this upcoming weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. And I invite everybody here to our convention. I think we're going to have Joe and Spike. It seems like it's a done deal, as well as the lovely Karen and Harlos and some other people. So it's going to be a good time. And I mean, you don't really need a reason to come to Florida, but we've been open for a long time, and it's just, you know, we would love to have more people down here. I think the website's still in works, and the tickets and everything are still working. But contact Stephen and Kyla if you have any, questions or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Requero. And I'll just say, on my way to Tennessee, I had a flight snafu and had to change to a really silly routing via Miami, and it took all of my willpower not to just stay in Miami instead of getting on that flight to Tennessee. I had a great time in Tennessee. So, I have Ms. Robson and then Mr. McMahon again. Ms. Robson.
Okay, I just first wanted to thank you guys for passing the state and national membership. I was really happy to see that passed unanimously. That's something that I think is going to be very good for all of the states and for national. I think it's a long time coming, and I wanted to thank you very much for that. And also thank you for, at least in the interim, putting up that landing page after people joined to let them know that they weren't joining both parties. I know that took a little while, and it's just a step forward, but at least it was an interim step, and I want to thank you for that. And also I wanted to mention to everybody that our convention is coming up, and I saw that TJ put that in your chat for California, and we've got several good, it's May 14th through 16th in Visalia, which has been more open than the rest of the state. We have both Joe and Spike, we have Marshall Burt and Apollo, we have Joe Bishop Henchman, and a bunch of our electeds. So I'd really welcome all of you to come to our convention. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. California always is. And that was it. I just want to thank everybody.
Thank you. Mimi, while we've got you, what are the odds that we do have a recall election for the governor this year?
Excellent. So they've got about another week to get the final signatures. I believe that they're at about 2 million right now. They need just a bit less than 1.5. That's 2 million gross. So I think it looks very good that the recall is going to happen. It's going to take a while for them to count all the petitions, because I think they're talking about wanting to count all of them and verify all of them just to make it take longer. And so, yeah, I think that we're going to have a recall. It looks like it might be in October, and I think it'll be very exciting. And I think we're going to have a really exciting candidate running as Libertarian, but I can't say anything else.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. I've got Mr. McMahon.
First, I'd like to say Jared Hall just dropped a link to the LPIN convention. I would encourage all of you not to come. Please don't come to our convention. We have limited capacity due to Hunker Down Holcomb, our governor, and I would prefer that space be used for our local members. So please do not come to our convention. But here in Indiana, we ended 2020 with 25 county affiliates out of a total of 92. Donald Rainwater, our gubernatorial candidate, earned 11.4% of the vote in a three-way race with an entrenched incumbent, and he came in second place in 32 out of 92 counties, which is a first ever. If that had been our ballot access case race, which is the Secretary of State, which is in 2022, we would now be sitting on the county election board in 32 counties. We're building up the infrastructure so that we can actually make that a reality. Like I said, we ended last year with 25 county parties, and over the last 60 days, we've almost doubled that number. We're at 44 county parties now that are active, engaged, and already doing things in their community. In 2022, we'll have 138 ballot spots, excluding local municipal races. And so far, we have recruited over 100 candidates to run, and we anticipate having all 138 of those spots filled, which is also a first for Indiana. We have a lot of programs going on. A lot of growth, a lot of development. We're engaging our candidates and our county parties. I've been traveling around the state, going to county conventions and reinvigorating our county affiliates. The reason why I say that is I always tell candidates not to leave the room without asking for money. So there in the chat is our donation link. If you would like to help support the LPIN Indiana Party and our growth, we are allowed to accept contributions from anywhere in the country. And so I would encourage you to help us. We're doing a lot of work here. We're going to be making a lot of history, and we need your help. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Anyone else from the gallery wishing to address the committee?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. 415.
Yes, this is Starchild, Chair of the Libertarian Party in San Francisco. Hi. I just wanted to bring LNC members' attention to something I noticed recently, which is the membership joining form on the party website, lp.org/contribute/join. It has the pledge on there in quotes. There's no place for people to check a box saying they agree with it, let alone actually sign anything. I suspect that because there's a comments box, somebody could even potentially hypothetically hold some non-libertarian view on something that clearly violates the pledge and mention that in the comment box. Excuse me. And if they did so, I think they could make a reasonable argument later as a member that A, they never signed the pledge, and B, that far from certifying that they agree with it, they had actually made clear on their membership application that they disagreed with it. I'm not sure how long the online form has been this way or who authorized it, but it seems to me this is a serious issue. Our bylaws, Article 4, Section 1 actually state, quote, members of the party shall be those persons who have certified in writing that they oppose the initiation of force to achieve political or social goals. And I would suggest that it would be interesting to audit the actual memberships on file and see how many people have actually a membership form in which they have signed the pledge on file with the party. And I would suggest that for those who do not, maybe when snail mail, donation, fundraising, et cetera, is sent to them, that they be included with that a form for them to sign. So we actually do have, as the bylaws require, a certification in writing from them on file that they signed the pledge. One other issue I was going to mention is getting rid of the, I think you talked earlier, I came on the call late, but about LP News. I think it's important to have that in a hard copy form. It's something visible and tangible and has, I think, enduring usefulness beyond, stuff online sent to people via email and such that tends to be in some sense more transitory. It's a tangible sign that the members are getting something for their money. And also one final thing on the, I don't remember who it was, someone was mentioning possible problem with mentioning a donations letter. So if you can't donate to us, here's some other good organizations. I would strongly urge that as a good thing, that there are some people or some groups that for one reason or another don't want to give to a political party, but they might be willing to support other small L libertarian organizations. And we should never forget the party is a means to an end, and that end is liberty. It's not an end in itself. And we're part of a larger movement, the freedom movement. And these other organizations are not our enemies or our competitors. They're our allies. They're working together with us to bring about freedom in the world. So I think it's good. It shows solidarity with them and encourages them to support us in turn. If we say things like, oh, and by the way, here's some other good organizations you can support. And by all means, we should let them know that we're doing this. So hopefully they'll likewise, encourage people to support the Libertarian Party who are among their supporters and donors. So that's all I've got. Thank you for all of your work, and look forward to any responses people may have to this feedback.
Thank you, Starchild. On the question of LP News, because I know that's come up a couple of times tonight, we've revamped some of the content for the forthcoming issue, and we'll track that as best as we can. I appreciate any feedback that you have, but much more oriented on the initiatives of the party, and there's a spread on the Activist of the Month, and we're looking for other changes in the future to make it a much stronger outreach tool. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Harless.
is there any kind of answer though to that pledge question? I think that's a big concern. It involves our bylaws.
So in order to become a member, you have to certify that you certify the pledge. We don't require people to print it out and sign it and send it in. That is true.
But he said there's not even a check mark.
Right.
I think that's in violation of our bylaws.
Okay.
I had one follow-up question.
Sure.
Do we maintain a database of the pledges from people? Like, just hypothetical, if somebody nutted up and did something crazy, of course, our defense is, if you're a member of the National Party, you've certified. And what if somebody called the bluff and said, where did they certify? I want to see it. I mean, it seems to me our bylaws require us to maintain this information. It doesn't say that explicitly, but I do think that's very, very implicit in there. And does that exist?
Mr. Harris, do you want to speak to that?
Yes. So as the chair stated, we're not collecting physical slips of paper with people's signatures on them. So storage of that physical copy certainly does not exist, since the physical copy is not being collected. We do track in our database members who have signed the pledge. There's a field in our member database where we track those who have member signed certificates. The vast majority of them will have digitally accepted the pledge rather than having physically signed a sheet of paper. But yes, we do track that. We can tell you the people who have, we can tell you the people who haven't. There are a category of donors in our database who have given us money, who have given us sufficient money for membership, but who have not signed the pledge. We, with some regularity, reach out to them to ask if they would like to affirm the pledge and give them the opportunity to do that, to convert into members. But yes, we do track that information in our database.
Thank you,
I'll get with you off list about the checkbox.
Really.
Well, as we said earlier, the fewer breakpoints, the better on it. But I guess we'll talk on a checkbox. Any other opportunity? Actually, time on this item has expired. Is there any motion to extend time for public comment?
Is there anyone who still wishes to speak?
Mr. Bowen has his hand up.
I would move to extend for
I could use 1 minute, please.
Okay,
for 1 minute.
Ms. Harless moves to extend time on this item by 1 minute. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Ferreira. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, time is extended. Mr. Bowen.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer that we, in New Jersey, we use our own separate city CRM product. And we've set it up so that you have to check the box to become a member, or it will not process the payment. It will not create a record. That's how we're doing it in New Jersey. We feel comfortable that that is, and then the checkbox is an entry in the database, and we feel good that that is the case. We also have a checkbox on any cards or letters that we send out if people are doing it by snail mail. Just wanted to let people know that.
Thank you.
Getting a message that there's a difference between the join link and the donate link. I don't know. This is all news to me, so we'll look into it and figure it out. Any other opportunity for public comment? Well, I guess time's expired. Since time has expired, the only other item of business is to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hagan, seconded by Mr. Hall. Is there objection? Without objection, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
If anyone did not get the OPA vote, get with me privately and I'll fix it. I fixed it for Mr. Bookman.
And Ms. Harless, if you could stop the live stream.
Certainly.
Karen, and did you send the credentials one to me or to David?
You told me just to send bylaws to David.
Correct. That's correct.